hebben ze een Nederlandse conferentie gewoon bij de... Die is gehuurd. Volgens mij. Ik heb het niet gehuurd, maar ik moet het echt redden.
I felt like I had a shot at making the finals. I actually had a pretty good average, but like it was just short. Fortunately, that means I get the cats. Instead of getting I know. Yeah, first she got snubbed because like I think Chenjun doesn't know CSP, but the cube shapes are really good. So yeah, he got 733 PR. His previous PR was 9.897. Okay. Yeah. He just got snubbed in.
Just learn CSP. You're gonna down to like 7 PR average.
Yeah.
I feel like at some point before then you should have tried to put it in. Not to like rag on him or anything. Obviously he's super skilled, but like, come on. Obviously you care about this event a lot.
I care about it less. It takes a little nerves, but like as soon as I got some fun,
Oh no, I mean like if you get to
sorry,
7,
yeah,
if you get to 7, he obviously cares.
Oh yeah.
I know you don't care about it so much.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I talked to him. He's like, yeah, this is like what I'm focusing on. Average too.
Australians making fun. Very happy boy.
Chicken's not making.
No, Chicken's DNF 18. So he
Oh my god.
Even with Rex, there's no way to get it. Never seen him so good.
Now. Wait, what was the other one?
Temple.
Oh, Timon, okay. I saw him in the back row.
Oh, yeah.
Testing. We get some 1-2s in chat. Beautiful. Mics weren't off. We just weren't saying anything, so figured we should just check that everyone's here. Nobody's gone away. And you guys are all ready for finals. Starting off with square one.
Hello? Does this mic work as well?
There's only 2 Australians that exist on commentary. It's either Felix Zemdegs or Jada McNeil.
Apparently so.
That makes up a significant portion of the chat comments. It's just, OMG, is Felix commentating?
Yeah, Team Australia has a very big presence here
Very loud
At
presence.
Worlds.
Very loud and proud.
also at Worlds.
And it's bloody brilliant. I thought it was Michael Tripodi. I also thought it was Michael Tripodi.
Who's that?
I don't know. All right. So, yes, my name is Michael. I've been on stream a couple times to do some commentating, particularly for Nations Cup, and also some bits and pieces throughout the rest of the weekend. But we've got a fresh new face on commentary today. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Hello, everyone. I'm Brandon Lin. I've been my main event was Square One, or sort of still is, but I've been doing Square One a little bit here and there. But yeah, I'll be on commentary with Michael here.
Beautiful. Brandon Lin, former world record holder for Square One. Good to have someone with a little bit of expertise on the commentary booth for this final.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this finals. Actually, I just missed finals with 20th place, which fortunately means I can cast this round. So that's a good thing.
It's a little bit of a blessing in disguise for us.
Mm-hmm. So
As much as I love Square One, I really don't know what I'm doing commentating it.
Oh, okay. That is. I guess those are the shoes I am supposed to fill here.
You might be able to provide a bit more insight than I am able to.
Yeah, of course. So looking at some of the second round results, I'm taking a look at the people that made it. Most of these, I think everyone here uses the Vandenberg method or the CSP OBO PBO combo. I'm really excited to see who's going to come in top.
We're going to start our finals.
Actual announcement.
First off is Square One finals.
자, 지금부터 스퀘어 원 결승전을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
In 16th place, we have Makoto Takaoka. In 15th place, we have Asher Kim Magrick. In 14th place, we have Kyungmin Choi, Choi Kyungmin. In 13th place, we have Timothy Castle. In 12th place, we have Jiaju Lee. In 11th place, we have Kevin Nielsen. In 10th place, we have Xian Jin Yang. In 9th place, we have Rasmus Stubb Delfton.
Oh, that would be great. I was supposed to bring my laptop, yeah.
In 8th place, we have Park Ji-won, Park Ji-won. In 7th place, we have Junsup Kim, Kim Junsup. In 6th place, we have Jae-bin Chang, Jang Jae-min. In 5th place, we have Lee-ho Shue. Karnak. In 4th place, we have Daniel Karnak. In 3rd place, we have Hassan Kanani. In 2nd place, we have Samir Agarwal. In 1st place, we have Max Xiao.
Big cheer for Max Xiao.
So it looks like Square One finals are underway. We'll try and give you some live updates on the potential averages that these competitors are getting. So as far as methods go, I believe Max, Samir, Daniel, and I know Iha and Calvin all use CSP, OBO, PBO. CSP, of course, being the method for being able to not get parity while you inspect and do cube shape. And normally there are 5 different steps: cube shape, then oriented corners, then edges, and permuting the corners and edges. But most these other competitors, they will do a step called OBO, which is doing all the corners, orienting all the corners and edges at the same time, and then the permuting the corners and edges at the same time, which is pretty quick. As we see, Daniel is going into his first solve. Slips a little bit there on first solve. 694 for Daniel.
Yep. So OBL and PBL, not necessarily around in the time that you were top dog, but CSP, something that you're quite familiar with. A lot of these people will be using Kale's method of tracing, which is looking at certain colors and the order that they're in, as opposed to kind of blind tracing the cube, which is what Daniel Karnock actually on the blue stage on your right hand of screen does for parity.
Hassan is starting his second solve. Already finished OBL 5 at 4. It's a little bit slow for him. 760 for Hassan.
It's a little bit lucky on the turning, but we turn our attention now to Max Schau. He's the current world record holder.
Samir is also inspecting his cube. Samir finished with OBL at 3. 528 for Samir.
He's not quite happy with the 528. We'll see what Max is able to do on that one. That's not very good for him.
Max seems to get a really long PBL there. Locking up a little bit over on PBL as well. So Samir, pretty well in the lead.
Yeah, he has the fastest solve that we've seen so far.
Looking at some of the other solves, Kelvin Nielsen with a 613. Makoto Takoga with a 680, as well as tying Max Shaw's first solve.
Okay, so your top 4 seeds from this final, all from the United States. From 4th to 1st, Daniel Karnock, Hassan Kanani, Samir Agarwal, and Max Schau. United States has a stranglehold on this event in terms of the world rankings. I don't really see it likely that any person other than an American slides onto this podium.
Yeah, I think they're definitely the favorite here. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Max or Samir take this, but Square One is a event where it highly depends on your turning and your nerves at the time, because the puzzles is not the easiest to turn. So
does require very precise turning at the best of times and at a high level.
Yeah, and competition experience in general is going to help a lot with an event like this. Daniel seems to be starting to solve. Rasmus does that lesson on the red stage right side here. Right, Rasmus does not use OBL PBL, but his turning is extremely fast. 637 for Rasmus. Kelvin with OBL at 5, so he sneaks into 7. Probably okay for him.
All right, so it looks like on the red stage we have, we have Hassan and also Max about to begin inspection, but Hassan is in inspection at the moment.
3.5 OBL.
Looked like a pretty fast OBL, but 6.12 for Hassan. Max still gearing up for inspection.
Yep, Daniel Karnock had a 558. Jiwon Park. Jiwon Park with a 662. Oh, Asher got a 520.
Just about to touch on that. Yeah, we've missed Asher Park's second solve, but he's actually just netted himself a PR single with a 5.20.
Congrats, Asher.
First PR of this finals. Would be great if we could see many more.
Still waiting for a lot of the second solves for most of the competitors. We saw Max Schau got a 610, so...
And Samir now is just inspecting his second, tracing CSP.
Yep. Currently, Daniel Karnock with a slight lead over Max with a 6.9 and a 5.5. Max with a 6.8 and 6.1. Samir with a 560.
Very fast SPS.
That's going to be really
PBL.
That's going to be really good for him. He already has a 528, so he has 2 sub-6 singles going into the third solve.
Of the competitors we've seen so far, Samir is very, very consistent with it and also really quick. consistent and fast is key for an event like this. And it's really, really hard to be consistent in Square One, where it's so dependent on the cases that you get.
Thanks. Daniel Karnak with a 551. Oh, Hassan with a 497 solve. That's a pretty good. That's going to be a good single there. Unfortunately, the first and second solves were not too hot for him.
But with a solve like a 4.97, it does give him a real chance to net a really good counting time if he's able to get close to that again.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, it looks like Rasmus did DNF on that last scramble. Looking at some other competitors, Makoto got a 705 on the second solve.
Max Shaw just locking up a bit on that PBL. That's his third solve at 5.61. So that cheer that we heard just before was for Jaemin Chang of Korea. He's just netted himself an Asian record, 4.92 second single.
Congrats, Jaemin.
A good showing from the home sport.
Yep. We just saw Max Shaw with a 561. So it looks like, at least from these initial solves, I do want to see Samir's third solve, which I believe we're panning to now. But right now, Max, Daniel seem to be well in the running, though Hassan could obviously count that 4.97 to get a pretty good average. Iha with a 620. Oh, sorry, that was a warm-up solve.
And Rasmus, yep, 6.88 for him.
Yep. Unfortunately, Rasmus is going to count that 8-second solve, so it might that probably puts him out of the running for podium here.
Counting an 8 when you're looking at 5-second averages, it's just detrimental.
Samir here with a 533. Now Samir has 3 sub-6 singles. He's
very comfortably in front at this point.
Iha with the 684. Daniel is about to start his 4th solve of this average. If he can get the 694 to not count, he does have a pretty good chance to podium. Hassan with an 816 in the back. That's going to make the 760 count, unfortunately.
And Max Xiao has just gotten a 7.42.
Oh, that's +2.
Oh, +2,
well.
a 9.42. So he's counting a 6.8 and a 6.1. So he's fallen a fair bit behind Samir here.
So
Samir, of course, still only on his 3rd solve. He has 2 more to go. But Max Shaw can tell you that his best possible average, his 4th was a 942. So quite a big range in that. No, I think there's an error there.
Jiwon Park would not bad solves either. He has a 662, 547, 594. So if he can stay at this pace, he could also be in the running for podium here, and it'd be a great home victory since he is he's in his home country of Korea.
We turn our attention to Samir, left-hand side of blue stage. He's in pole position at this moment, really taking command of this final. Whether he knows that or not remains to be seen, but he is in a commanding lead for the time being.
Yeah, if he can get a sub-6 on this solve, that'll put him. I believe that pretty much locks in podium based on what we've seen.
He does not need a whole lot to lock this one. If he's able to get another 5-second solve, that would make it.
Samir checking the cube shape parity.
This is
that is
OBL
really good
2.5. This is really quick. There it is.
5-6-15 for Samir.
5:15. Samir has just about locked this world championship in for himself. The most consistent solver that we've seen coming into this round, netting himself 4 5-second solves, and he's locked it. He doesn't even need to do his last solve. No matter what happens, he is almost certainly your world champion for 2023 in Square One.
Daniel Karnak also starting his last solve here. Unfortunately, he's going to count the 6.6, but let's see how he does in this OBL at 4 seconds. 6:01 for Daniel, so that's good. That's looking about a low 6 average for Daniel, 6:08 average to be exact. Hassan with a 6.66. Ooh, Max got 2+2s this competition. That's not gonna. Unfortunately, does mean Max is out of podium, unfortunately. But huge congrats, Samir. So remember that Samir basically has locked in sub-6, and yeah, pretty much. I'm looking at these other ones.
He has absolutely locked himself in for world champion. But looking at a few other names that we've seen here, Park Ji-won we were talking about before had a 6.62 on the first, some consistent 5s, but now on the 4 solve has a 9.89. So he's counting that 6 from the start of his average that was looming over him from the beginning.
So Park Ji-won's best possible average could still get him on the podium.
Samir inspecting his 5th solve now. This is basically just a victory lap for him. Pretty much nothing he does on this one is going to affect the fact that he will come away as your world champion for 2023.
And he seems to fumble that last one, but huge congratulations, Samir, with that 5.4 average to get the world champion title for 2023 Square One.
Over half a second clear from the results that we've seen so far. Sitting in second place, Daniel Karnock, a 6.08.
But let's see Park Ji-won's last solve here. It turns really fast. Whoa.
Oh,
no. 7.7 for Ji-won Park.
And he's going to finish outside of that podium. He does net himself a PR average of 6.78, but it's not going to be enough to land on the podium this time around.
Wow. That's really unfortunate for him. He doesn't seem disappointed for that, but it's still a PR average, so that is the silver lining for him.
And even counting that 7 with a fumble on the very last turn.
So it looks like we pretty much have our podium locked in. It's in 3rd place. Yep, I believe we have our podium locked in. Hassan Kanani, 3rd place. 2nd place, Daniel Karnock with a 6.08 average. And your world champion, Samir Agarwal.
So it's a full USA podium, which was a bold prediction before this competition. Or not so much a bold prediction. It is what we expected would happen. Missing a couple of other top players, as particularly David Epstein from Australia. I would have liked to see him in amongst the mix as an Australian myself. However, with him outside, it's going to be a full podium for the US of A.
Michael making that prediction right before, and I don't think it's great for the USA. So huge congratulations to our Square One podium. Huge, massive congratulations to Samir for the World Championship title. So I believe we are just wrapping up the finals. Looks like we're wrapping up the rest of the solves.
So wrapping up the final of Square One. One thing that we haven't touched on, the first seed coming into finals, Max Shao, finishing with a 7.06 average, putting him in 7th. It's a fair way outside where we would have expected him to be.
Calling up next, we will have Skewb finals. If you are a finalist of Skewb, please come to the backstage. You are allowed 2 spectators in the front row. You may bring them with you to the backstage.
So it looks like we are going to be starting Skewb
이어서
finals soon.
스큐브 결승전을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 스큐브 결승전에 참가하시는 선수분들은 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시면 되겠습니다.
So that's the first of the finals after our quick lunch break. Square One final is done. Your podium, all United States. Hassan Kanani with a 6.66 in 3rd. In 2nd, Daniel Karnock, a 6.08 average. And 1st place, Samir Agarwal, 5.40. Very, very consistent solving from Samir. This World Championship title was absolutely deserved. He's been so consistent for so long and very speedy to go along with it.
Yeah, amazingly dominant in this event. I mean, all of them, Samir, Daniel, Hassan have been really dominant altogether in this event. So it was really a toss-up. But I mean, props to Samir for keeping that consistency and keeping those nerves cool for the duration of that final. It's not the easiest thing to do.
Very cool, calm, collected customer.
All right, I guess it's time for me to hop off. Have fun watching the stream, everyone.
Again, if you are a finalist for Skewb, please submit your puzzles. You may also bring 2 spectators with you to the backstage.
All right, so moving on now. Square one is finished. We're now going to go into Skewb finals. And joining us for a little guest spot today, our new Square One World Champion, Samir Agarwal. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. That was so surreal. There were so many ways that could have gone, and I'm just so lucky that I was able to solve well and focus on each individual time. I think having a good start really helped because it eased the nerves for the later couple solves. But I'm just so thankful to have this opportunity and to be world champion.
Yeah, looking at the results here, your start was by far the most consistent and fastest of all of our competitors. You were in the driver's seat early, whether you were aware of that or not. Starting off with 4 5-second solves. Definitely one way to set yourself up for a good average. It looked like no one was quite able to replicate that. So you come away as a world champion.
Thank you so much.
It's another thing to put on your little Instagram bio or wherever you want to put it. Another trophy to put on the bookshelf.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And your comrades in the United States, a full USA podium. So Hassan Kanani in 3rd, Daniel Karnok in
Brian
2nd.
Johnson.
Yeah, huge congrats to
12th
Daniel and
place
Hassan.
in second
They've
round
been
of
my
Skewb.
inspiration, and
Please submit your puzzle for the final of Skewb.
as I was saying, huge congrats to Daniel and Hassan. They've been my friends and inspiration for so long, and it's so amazing to see them podium as well. So this is incredible. It's hard to describe this feeling. I'm just in shock right now.
Yeah, I bet it feels good. You're able to share the podium among your friends, and you yourself were able to stand atop of it. A very, very proud man.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so calling up finalists for Skewb.
Any last shout-outs you'd like to say to your
In
big fans?
16th place, Alejandro.
Shout out to everyone that supported me so
Restrepo.
far, my parents and friends. It's been an incredible journey, and shout out to Max Xiao.
In
He was my
15th
first ever
place, we have
inspiration for Square
Mingze
One,
Lin.
and unfortunately it didn't work out for him, but still, this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for him, so huge shout out to him.
Thank you very much for coming on, Samir. Congrats again on being a world champion.
Thank you so
15th
much.
place, Mingze Lin.
Fantastic effort. Thank you so much.
In 14th place, we have Yeongyum Park, Park Young-gyun. In 13th place, we have George Scully.
George Scully got a 1.40
In
national
12th
record
place,
single
we
in the
have
first
Brian
round.
Johnson.
He did. Our last national record single was in 2019 on the UPerm Scramble.
In 10th place, we have Stanley Chappelle.
Something to do with world championships and Skewb record singles.
And 8
Also
movers.
in 10th place, we have Charles Zhu.
This is Skewb finalists being called out now.
In 9th place, we have Shengze Tang. In 8th place, we have Leo Min Bedford. In 7th place, we have Yushin Kai. In 6th place, we have Simon Kellum.
Simon Kellum, fresh off a US national title in Skewb, beating out our number one seed,
In
Zane
5th
Kanani.
place, we have Xian Yun Yang. In 4th place, we have Noriyuki Okada-san. In 3rd place, we have Carter Kukala. In 2nd place, we have Anthony Lafocade.
Anthony Lafocade, another one, setting a
In
national
1st
record
place,
single
we
for
have
France.
Zane Kanani.
Single.
So because of the way the seeding was done on this, we've got Carter and Zane sat on the same station as each other, so we'll probably catch both of their solves at the same time, which is great because that is the current world record holder and the former world record holder. Actually, does Zane have it for single at the moment?
Zane has it for single. Carter recently took it off him for average.
Yeah. So we've got 2 world record holders sat right next to each other. They've already got their cubes, so hopefully we'll get a zoom in on them right now. There we go, just as I say. Zane starts off with a 1.8 plus 2.
Not the way he would have wanted to start. It's not good to have a 3-second solve lingering over him for the whole average, especially if you're someone as fast and as skilled as Zane is.
1.8 would have been a great start for him. For the plus 2 is going to really mess things up. Carter with a 2.22. Got Anthony doing some 3x3 warm-up solves. Interesting tactic. And Stanley Chapel got a 2.27 just off camera. If you guys want to follow along with the results, go to WCA Live and all of the results being put in individually as each of them are set.
So it looks as though most competitors have entered their first solve now. It looks as though Carter Kukala is just in the lead at the moment with the fastest single. We saw that on stream at 2.22, followed up by Stanley Chapel at 2.27, and then Xianjun Yang of Taiwan at 2.34. What else we got now? It looks like Carter and Zane are just gearing up for their second solve now. Carter Kukala just doing his inspection now.
Mm, 2.6, not that great, but quite good.
Yeah, 2.63 looks like he was quite satisfied with that one.
Stanley got a 2.22 as well. Oh, 1.63 from Zane. Had his hands on his timer for a long time there.
He was holding the cube very, very high as well, I noticed.
Yeah, maybe he knew that he had some finger tricks in that solve that were going to require a bit of elbow room at the bottom, it looked like.
And what we haven't seen on stream is that Stanley Chapel has followed up his 2.27 with a 2.22.
That's right. So that's a very consistent first 2 solves.
For quite a long time, Stanley's worst event on Kinshranks was Skewb, so he's put in a lot of effort to try and improve those. It looks like it's paying off right now, counting a 2.27.
Did not know that on the world stage as well.
Where it matters most. And Stanley Chapel coming into this final seated in 10th. Yeah, Stanley coming into this final, seated in 10th place, actually tying single and average with Charles Zhu, which is quite interesting. But coming in the 10th seed and then following up those first two solos with a 2.47, he's putting himself in a very, very good spot early on in this final.
And Carter with a 268. Again, strong, but maybe not good enough. We've got Charles Zhu, who's got a 242 and a 244. WCA Live ranks by single before all the averages put in, so it's hard to tell who is doing the best at the moment. Well, Zane got a 1.99, and it looked like he was worried that that might be a +2, but it looks like it is good.
And that is counting that 1.99.
Yes. Zane's still the only person to have gotten a sub-2 this round so far, and he's got 2 of them so far.
No stretch to say he's one of your favorites for this title and showing exactly why. Remember that 3 on the first solve was also a 1+2. So if not for that, he could have had 3 ones to start this off and put himself in a very, very commanding position. No room for error for Zane now. That +2 is going to be hanging over him this whole average, but he's dealing with the pressure well at the moment, following up with a mid 1 and counting a 1 after that.
Got a bit of
Stanley's
a
just got a 2.11. So he's putting himself in a very, very good spot. He's now counting a 2.22 and a 2.27.
I think in the 4th might be quite a good scramble. Carter with a 1.91.
A lot of good times on this one. We'll have to see what Zane can do on it. But we're seeing a lot of good times. Many sub-1s, low 2s.
1.78 for Anthony. Zane's probably getting psyched out by this right now. He's probably realized that some people are getting good times. Can he hold it together? That is the question.
There's no doubt he'll be able to find something good on this. It's just a matter of will his hands be able to do what his brain wants it to.
And he's got to make sure not to +2 because of that first solve.
There might be an air of safety around this solve, or is it going to be let loose? Taking a very long time to get set. A 1.78. Relief. He knows that there was something good on that scramble, and he's gotten a counting 1.78.
It looked like a bit of a fumble of the pickup, but the solve was just very solid.
Okay, so at the moment, the lay of the land is that Zane has a best possible average of 1.8 and a worst possible average of 2.55 because of that 1+2 on that first solve.
So if Zane gets his worst solve on the next, then Carter will beat him no matter what.
With that, Zane is guaranteed at least 2nd place. His worst possible average of 2.55 can only be eclipsed by Carter Kukala.
In fact, Carter has just got a 3.80 on his last solve. That gives him a 2.51 average. Stanley with a 2.32 average. Ending it with a 3.07. Very consistent
Stanley Chapel
average.
was a bit of a sleeper pick. Coming in 10th for this final, tied with Charles Zhu. But Zane Kanani, 1 solve left.
And he's got the cube in his hands right now. This is make or break for him.
Clutch moment. No, it's a fumble.
Absolutely fumbled
It's his worst possible average. It's going to be a 2.55 for him. So he's going to be in 3rd place.
And that is possibly locked in. Simon Callum's still to go.
Can you believe Stanley Chapel in the lead with a 2.32? Going from Skewb being his worst event in Kinch to possibly world champion.
I think it might be locked in that Stanley's world champion, but I'll hold my breath on that.
Simon Kellum could get something really good on this last one. We'll have to wait and see.
Simon is on the blue stage right now with the cube in front of him. What is he going to get? And where is he going to place? There's a bit of a crowd reaction at the moment, probably from the nationalities of at least one of the competitors.
Simon just has to take some time, settle his nerves. He can perform under the pressure. He's the US national champion from very, very recently, beating Zane Kanani.
He needs a very low 2 on this scramble.
Simon getting ready. He's gone.
Oh, he
hasn't started the timer. It's a DNF.
Oh, no.
Stanley Chappell
is the world champion.
Stanley Chappell is Skewb world champion.
Who would have thought it?
There's no way anyone could have predicted this without sounding like a nincompoop.
All the results are now in. We can confirm Stanley is in first, Carter in second, and Zane Kanani in third place.
Stanley seated equal 10th coming into this final. Comes away as world champion by nearly 0.2 of a second.
Gosh. Zane's counting times were 1.78, 1.99, and 3.89. If he didn't have that +2, he for certain would have been the world champion with a sub-2 average. That +2 cost him so much in this finals.
He was holding it together so well, even after getting that 1 +2. So with 3 on the first solve, 3 consecutive 1-second solves after that, it just came undone at the very end. And it's cost him a win, and he drops all the way down to 3rd place.
Next up, finalists for Pyraminx. Please come to the backstage. Finalists for Pyraminx.
This is fresh.
Thank you. Oh my God.
And we've got Stanley with us right now. He's just having a little sip of water, and then we'll pass the mic over to him.
So Stanley Chappell's come away with 2 world champion titles. He's just absolutely chugging down a bottle
this
of water. Oh my goodness. Cannot believe this. Stanley Chappell has come away with 2 world champion titles this World Champs in 2023, but not the 2 you would have expected. Stanley Chappell, your 2023 Skewb world champion.
I can't believe it. This is so much more than I could have expected. I started practicing Skewb in secret
We are missing
last
many
September.
finalists for
Learned full
Pyraminx.
NS. Learned how to one-look
If
properly.
you made the final of Pyraminx,
came
please come
back
to the
to comps in
backstage
January.
and submit your
Got some
Pyraminx.
decent times. Didn't expect to take it any further. Yet we're here. I cannot believe this.
Because if I recall
This
correctly,
is
Stanley,
incredible.
if I recall correctly, Skewb at one point was your worst event on Kintranx.
It was my worst event in Kintranx 1 year ago.
1 year ago, just about at this point exactly, Stanley's worst event in Kintranx was Skewb, and a year later, here he is, your world champion.
I don't know what to say. Absolutely a dream. It could not have expected this at all. I didn't even feel like my solves were of incredible quality. Those scrambles were okay, but not insane. But my one-looking practice pulled through for me. I got 4 solid solves with little nerves because this is still, it still hasn't gotten into my head that I'm good at this event yet. It's still a joke event to me. And I pushed through, and here we are.
Yeah, so it was it's no stretch of the imagination to say you were a very outside sort of chance to even get on the podium for this final,
Yeah,
coming in
yeah.
seated equal 10th.
Yeah.
And here he is. He just drops the 0, makes it a 1st place. Any last
Right.
words you'd like to say to your fans?
Thanks to everyone who supported me on my Skewb journey. Really appreciate it. Shout outs to Michael Nielsen especially. It's unreal.
Words aren't coming well to you at the moment, are they? It hasn't quite sunk in yet.
Am I still sleeping off day 3?
Oh, yeah. This is a dream. And what a good dream it is.
Can't believe
Congratulations
this.
again, Stanley.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Stanley Chappell, your 2023 Skewb World Champion.
Hero's gonna be mad at it.
Guys in chat, who would have predicted this? Stanley Chapel, Skewb was his worst event on Kintranks 1 year ago, and he comes back now, your world champion for 2023. Cube Master couldn't have predicted that one.
Last call for Zojin Liu. Please come to the backstage and submit your Pyraminx.
What a Skewb final that was, Michael.
I can't believe these words are leaving my mouth. Stanley Chapel is the world champion for Skewb.
It's absolutely insane. Who would have thought Stanley beating Carter Kakala and Zane Kanani on the podium? The two, well, the Skewb world record average holder and the Skewb world record single holder, but Stanley comes out on top.
I don't think that was on anyone's bingo's card for this competition.
That's for sure.
Okay, so we've had square one. Samir Agarwal of the United States is your world champion. Skewb finals, just gone. Another United Statesman, Stanley Chapel. Not the one many would have expected to take out Skewb finals, but now we move on to Pyraminx finals.
I had a brief look at Pyraminx second round earlier, and it seemed like everybody we expected to make it did make the finals.
For Pyraminx, 16th place, Hajime Miyazaki.
Erik, wil jij anders PPA en BPA breken?
15th place, Jules
Desjardins. Jules Desjardins.
th place, Marcus Kamen. 13th place, Harsha Paladugu. In 12th place, we have Huining Huang. In 11th place, we have Sebastian Lee.
Come on, Sebastian!
In 10th place, we have Zojin Liu. Ninth place is Owen Yepeng-son. 8th place, Diego Alfonso.
Diego getting a big rep from the...
7th place is Jakub Hipser.
Diego getting a big rep from the French crowd, and Jakub Hipser getting a big rep from the Polish crowd. There's a lot of national pride in this Pyraminx final.
Speaking of national pride, my
Sixth
dad
place
is a New
is
Zealander,
Elias
and
EU.
so is Elias EU.
Fifth place is Lee-Ka Lee.
Should I tell Elias that his flag's the wrong way around?
I'm not sure.
In 4th place is Shengze Tang. In 3rd place, we have Lincoln Jiang. In 2nd place is Simon Kellum. First place is Michael Nielsen.
Go Michaels.
Good camaraderie there from Michael Nielsen, acknowledging his fellow opponents.
That is Linkun Jan sitting next to him. He set the Asian record average in the first round and seated himself in this finals third. So Linkun Jan and Michael Nielsen sitting together on the red stage.
And both with the Pyraminxes scrambled in front of them. Simon Kellum, second seed, starting his first solve. Gets a 251. Looks like he couldn't quite one-look that solve, but 251 is solid.
It's a good way to start, but if you come into the finals with a sub-2 average, 2.5 is not a time you'd want.
And to his left, Shengzi Tang got a 218.
And Linkun Jan, your ace ASR holder, looked like he struggled just a little bit on pickup there. 2.9, he's not pleased with himself there.
Michael Nielsen still yet to do his first solve, taking his time to warm up and get in the zone.
It's a strategy that worked for him in the US Nationals finals where it came down to the last solve and he clutched out the win.
My fellow Kiwi Elias EU started off with a 233. And Diego Alfonso from France got a 222. Current fastest solve so far in this finals is from Huning Huang with a 189 single.
Michael Nielsen just inspecting now. We're also waiting on the first solve from Sebastian Lee. But Michael Nielsen at 2.09. Solid start for him.
That's solid. That's the second fastest to come in so far. Shengzi Tang with a 223. First person to finish their second solve. Sebastian Lee yet to do his first solve, taking his time to compose himself on the red stage now.
And a reminder, Sebastian Lee has come into this World Championships your first seed.
Getting himself a 155 average just a few weeks ago in Newcastle, in New South Wales, Australia. What can he do here? A good solve, a 186. Very solid. That is the fastest we have seen so far on the first solve.
Sebastian does well at handling himself under pressure. We've seen that as he came away as the Oceanic champion last year, defeating the world record holder at the time, Jasper Murray of New Zealand, for the title.
Simon Kellum got a 177 on the second solve. Harsha Paladugu with a 10. Counting a 3, so he's going to be out of the running. Jules Desjardins with a 2.1 on the second solve.
Michael Nielsen just getting ready. He's about to do his second solve. As is Linkun Jan sitting next to him. Reminder, he set the Asian record in the first round of this competition.
Shengzi Tang, the first to do the third solve, got a 145.
Okay, so Linkun Jan, he's now counting a 2.28. So counting a time that's over 2 seconds, where in this World's Finals, your top 3 coming in sub-2. It's not putting himself in a fantastic position at the moment.
Elias with a 2.11. Shaking his head, but he is not out of the running yet. A 233, a 234, and a 211.
We have seen a new fastest solve in this final from Shengji Tang of China. On his third solve, he got a 1.45. The only other competitor, Elias, a 2.11 on that third scramble. Looks like it might be something good.
Simon got a 277 on the third. Now counting a 251, so he's most likely out of the running for that podium. Michael Nielsen starting his third solve now, or second solve. 175. Li Qi Li with a 133 on the third solve, counting a 175.
And to touch quickly on Huining Huang, all 3 of their solves have been sub-2 at the moment. So that puts him in the driver's seat now. That is a commanding position that he's in right now. Not having a single solve over 2 seconds.
It's anybody's game now.
Huining Huang, we will say, is in the lead for the time being. It will just have to come down on what he can do on his last two solves. But he's set himself up really well to come away your world champion. We'll have to see what happens next.
Lin Kanjiang with a 167 on that solve. Counting himself a 228, but he did start with that 296.
Shengji Tang of China has finished his fourth solve, a 1.95, which is counting. So he's now counting a 1.95 and a 2.18, hovering around that low 2-second mark.
Elias EU +2'd his fourth solve. Very disappointing for him, but if he gets a good solve on the last, he could get a very good placement.
Sebastian Lee is about to do his third. He's lagging a bit behind the most of this field, but he has set a 1.86 and a 2.07 on his first two solves. So let's not count out what he can do here. He can still set him up really, really well.
Taking his time to compose himself, doesn't want to rush things. It's been working so far. This third solve, we've seen a 1.33 on this scramble. And Sebastian definitely able to get that or faster. Inspecting now. A 179 for Sebastian. Consistently below that sub-2 threshold. Definitely in the running for a podium, if not better right now, if he can keep this up. Michael Nielsen getting a 177 on what I believe is the third solve. Elias finishing his average right now. What's he going to get? A 223. That is a solid average for Elias. That's going to be around 2.2. 2.33 for Elias. Considering this stage, that is very solid.
And the only other competitor to finish their average so far, Simon Kellum from the United States at 2.54. So Elias, of the ones who finished their average in the lead. However, Shengji Tang gets his worst possible average, actually, a 2.87. Worst possible average, though, still 2.12, it looks like.
Lin Kanjiang with a 140 on that fourth solve. Counting a 1.67.
So that 2.12 average for Shengji Tang of China is actually a new personal record for him, and the 1.545 that he set on the third is a new personal record single. So performing really well by his standards in a world finals. Winning Huang 4 sub-2 solves in a row. 1, 1, 1, 1. We'll see what they're able to do once the time comes.
188 average. And it was worst possible, getting a 258 on the last.
1.88 average, that is dominant and quite a long way in the lead at the moment. And Li Kei Li from China, ending with a 2.29, gives her a 2.02 personal record average as well. We've seen three of the top 4 competitors getting new personal record averages in this finals.
Diego Alfonso solving on the blue stage with a 213. Sebastian Lee with a 165. He has already got, what does he have already? Worst possible is 191, so he hasn't won yet.
But this is close though. He's had a 1, a 2, and then 2 1s to follow that. His worst solve a 207, his worst possible average a 1.91. All he needs to do is get a solve that's just under 2 seconds, and he could come away as the world champion to follow up his Oceanic champion title.
It all comes down to the last few solves. Getting results coming in left, right, and center. A +2 for Michael Nielsen on a 138.
That's huge. And he knows.
If it wasn't for that +2, he would already be in first place with a 187, but it's not over yet.
Remember, Sebastian Lee coming into this competition, your #1 seed for the entire competition. It's not done for him just yet. He's just received his cube now. Sebastian Lee on the red stage.
Sebastian and Michael both have the possibility to take the first seed. It all comes down to this. Sebastian taking his time to compose himself. Surely he knows that he can get something good here.
Deep breath. Count to 10. Compose yourself. And do what you do.
He has been practicing for this moment, but nothing compares to the pressure of the last solve of a World Championship finals.
It's crunch time. He's going.
Oh! Just missing that first place, a 191
that wraps up
average.
The final for Pyraminx. Oh, sorry.
It's
my
not
bad.
over yet,
Still
though.
one more.
He is in second place, which is amazing. Michael Nielsen still got one solve left. Everybody is watching him. If he gets his best solve, he will take the W by 0.01.
This is almost the exact situation that he was in at US Nationals. The last one to finish. All eyes were on him. This solve matters, and he must know it.
He's just got to put it past the +2. Got to move past it. If he gets his best solve now, he still wins.
In under 15 seconds, we will know who the world champion for Pyraminx is this year. Michael Nielsen.
Oh,
it's a 2.32 +2 again. It's his worst possible.
That is
2.41. And he's even out of the podium.
That is devastating. So, third place, we've got Lee Ki Lee with a 202 PR average. Second place,
Okay,
Sebastian
now
Lee,
final for
191.
5x5.
And first place,
Please come to the
Huning
backstage
Huang
and submit
with
your puzzles.
a 188 average.
You may also bring at most 2 spectators with you to the backstage.
Just waiting for the last results to come into WCA Live.
Fourth, Sebastian Lee got second. Good work, man. Nice to meet you, by the way.
What a devastating finals for some and ecstatic for others.
It was up in the air until the very last moment that we had possible. Everyone was in contention on that last solve. Michael Nielsen could have had it. Sebastian Lee could have had it. The pressure was too much for them. We've seen USA take the win in square one in Skewb, and the best hope. The best hope for the United States, Michael Nielsen, just couldn't quite get it done. A lot of devastation in that Pyraminx final.
Or like what would
You just get the spreadsheet up.
yeah. I just hope the names are correct, like everything's correct.
All right.
I think you got not 191. Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope your calculations were not correct. We think you're going at 1.91. That live. But we.
All right, we've got Sebastian Lee here in the commentary booth. Michael, I'll let you interview him as a fellow Australian. Take a seat. Hold it up here and as close to your mouth as possible. Good job.
We are still missing a few puzzles.
I'm shaking. All right, so that Pyraminx final was up in the air until the very last moment. It could have been any one of the top 3 seeds that we had coming in. Michael Nielsen could have had it. Sebastian Lee could have had it. And here we have Sebastian Lee now, your runner-up finishing with what we believe to be a 1.91 average. Do you want to walk us through that, Sebastian? How did it feel going through that final solve?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm very excited. It's just a huge relief to do like really well in a big final. I know some people didn't do as well, but like, yeah, I'm very happy I did very well in the final.
Yeah, very, very well. Absolutely. Coming away with second place at the World Championships is no small feat. And it wasn't even second place by that much in the big picture of things.
Yeah.
But even still, you've showed that you can hold your nerve under pressure, just like you did in the Oceanics final, beating the world record holder at the time, Jasper Murray. He's held his nerve. And second place at the World Championships.
Yes. Oh, wow. It's like insane, actually. It feels so surreal right now.
Yeah. It's hard to believe that, you know, things played out the way they did, where everybody was so close together. Everybody was so close. Could have been anybody in those last few solves. Everybody had eyes on whoever was next up because we knew that every single solve that we were seeing mattered. But about your average as a whole, started off quite well. So it started off really strongly, a 1.86, followed up by a 207, and then two more mid to high ones after that. What were your thoughts going into that last solve? Did you know that you were close?
Yeah, like I did some quick math and then I knew I had like a 1.9 average, a low 1.9 average. So I was already like obviously very excited. And then I knew I didn't have to do as well on the last solve. But yeah, I think the last solve could have been a bit better, but overall I'm very happy with the average, I think.
Yeah, as you should be. It's sub 2 on the biggest stage possible, the World Championships final, and it's netted you a second place. I'm sure words will come to you later, but it's a fantastic feeling, I bet.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm
No
so
problems,
excited.
mate. As a fellow Aussie, I was really rooting for you, and it was really good to see you perform so well under pressure.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely incredible to witness, and I hope that everybody at home can rally behind this man. He's done a fantastic job, and we hope to see you breaking more records very soon.
We are still
Thank you very
missing
much.
Thank you,
Patrick
Oh, wow.
Ponce
Very stressful.
or Patrick Ponce.
So thanks so much for coming on the stream, Sebastian. Congratulations on your second place in Pyraminx finals. Any last words, any final words you'd like to say to the people watching at home, your fans?
Yeah, I would like to thank my family, obviously, and a lot of my friends as well for supporting me through this. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's
Yeah.
really good to see you doing well in this final. And we hope to see good things from you in the future.
Yeah.
Congratulations again, Sebastian.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Kevin Hayes, and I'll be guiding us through this 5x5 final with Erik Akkersdijk.
Yo, what's up? This is so exciting.
This is going to be a hype final. I feel like, like 6 months ago, kind of was going to shape up to be less exciting, like with Max like running away with the win, but Max isn't even first seed.
No, that's right. He's shown that he is beatable. He's only human.
Yeah. And Timon has been on an absolute tear, like crushing 6 and 7, winning 6, second 7 with a time right off his personal best. And then, 2 sub-40 average in first round, 38.8 continental record. I think he broke ER both rounds. And I mean, his worst average is so far is 39.0. So
5x5.
Max obviously has the highest ceiling with world record at 36, but no one is safe.
In 16th place, we
Also,
have Bruno,
tight behind
Lee Chak
Nam,
Kwan.
Felix, Kieran, Cowan Wang, all capable of getting 40-second averages.
In 15th place,
it's going to be a tight race for third.
we
I'd say
have
Timon and Max are
Sebastian
definitely leading the
Wire.
pack in terms of what we're thinking, but it's anyone's game for third, and really, it could be anyone's game for first. If like Max or Timon trip up just
In
a little bit, the
14th
margins are not
place,
big. It's going to be
we
a
have
tight one.
Ivan Lee
So here are the
Kalong.
competitors. They're being introduced with a round of applause for every single one of them.
In 13th place, we have Pingyue Huang. In 12th place, we have Max Yao.
Max Shao, he's back.
In
He
11th
already
place,
competed
we
at
have
square one.
Firstian Fushada.
Unfortunately for him, he didn't live up to the expectations. But let's see what he can do.
In 10th
5
place,
5.
we have Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Number 9, Patrick Ponce.
Patrick Ponce.
Patrick Ponce.
Patrick Ponce.
I know Patrick is
in 8th
he's
place.
happy to be in the final,
To
but
Kwang Hong.
one-handed is next, and he's definitely got his sights already set on that.
That's right, that's right. But he can definitely
In
use these
7th
finals
place,
to get used to the
Dongsu
Park.
circumstances, to the
Park
pressure.
Dongsu.
Yeah, I think it's these top 6 are going to be the real big players. These top 6 all have personal bests of 41 or better. And definitely, I think I'd say all have the capability of going 42nd average, and obviously the top couple under 40.
In 6th place, Kai Wen Wang.
Yeah, Kaiwan recently got ASR average of 40.8. It's been pretty consistently 41, 41, 42.
In 5th place,
crowd's favorite,
Kieran Bihan.
Kieran Bihan.
In 4th place, Felix Zemdegs.
Yeah.
The obvious crowd favorite. Also, this is Felix's, well, technically he's in one-handed finals, but I'd say this is his last realistic chance of getting a top 3 finish at this World Championships.
That's right, that's right. As a reminder,
In
Felix
3rd
is
place
not going to be in the
is
3
Hyung
finals,
Hyuk
unfortunately.
Nam.
Felix also, with a 3rd place finish here today, will be the first person to ever podium at 6 different World Championships.
That's right.
In 2nd place, we have Max Park.
I'd still say with Timon's win the last round, but I'd still say Max is the favorite. I'm world record holder, has the only person under 39
In
or
1st
38
place,
average
Timon
ever, and he has a 36.
Kolasinski.
He got 36 in the first round. Timon's definitely going to give him a run for his money. He's been on fire these world champs, but it's really a race to see who can beat Max.
Yeah, and he's shown he can do it before. Timon winning 6 by 6.
Yeah, and I'd say that'd be a much bigger upset than him winning today.
Yeah,
it would be it'd be maybe a surprise,
All
but
right,
it's not an
let's
upset
let
really
the
for Timon to
competitors
win.
Focus.
No, 6 by 6 really was a
The
surprise.
6 by 6 was
Yeah.
crazy.
Max didn't do too well, and Timon really did amazingly.
Yeah, we've seen Max, like, he's in previous years and championships, he's been very solid, especially in these big cube finals. But 6 by 6 really showed he has some cracks in the armor. I anticipate he's going to get a good average here in the finals, but with just like anyone, you never know what's going to happen. All right, Felix is nice in no time. He's getting after it.
Off he goes.
All right, I think the whole world is rooting for Felix now, especially with his obviously poor by his standards performances earlier.
I mean, how could you not root for Felix?
I
Like,
know.
He's such a nice guy. Always takes times for his fans, no matter how many there are, no matter where he is. Always stops, always stays polite. Just a great guy altogether.
And I'd say, like, Felix, Max is the best right now, but Felix is the greatest of all time in 5x5. He just absolute domination for so many years and just annihilating the world record for, like, I think a 105 down to 38.
Well said, well said. But then, you know, imagine Songdo Nam also getting a very nice result. A podium would be nice for him. Would be nice
It's not
for
a
the
good
crowd.
start for Felix. Timon,
45.
Okay,
That was
cannot.
good a few years ago, but nowadays that's just not good enough.
Timon, 42. That's not a great start either. Max has not pulled the cube up yet, and he's at 37. Max is going to go over 40 here. Well over 40. Nam's going to break 40 maybe.
Oh, Max is not. Oh, this is not a good solve for Max either.
Wow, the top four all.
That puts
the
Nam
top
in the
four
lead.
all shaking up. Patrick with a 42. Where's Kaiwin? Maddie with a 43.
Patrick looks at us 47 actually.
Okay, first results are in. Maddie 43, Max and Felix 45. I mean, average of 5 obviously has some cushion here with not being able to count one solve, but you get that 45 in the first solve, and now it's not even a mean of 3. It's get one good solve and then do a mean of 3. You cannot be counting a 45. I mean,
it's basically a mean of 4 right
Max can count an average of 5 or 45. He get 36. He can get he could
That's
legitimately
true.
get 3 36s and
That's
count
true.
a 45.
That's true.
But he's the only one that can really count a solve that bad. Even Timon is not someone who's going to be getting multiple 36s. Like, he's very more consistent 37, 38, 39 range for his good solves.
Exactly.
So what's Kaiwin at? He's not in yet. We're missing Kaiwin's first solve, but he also, it's a world finals. People take their time getting ready, make sure they're mentally prepared before things start.
Nice,
and you might have waited a little bit.
You also might want to wait a little bit to stay like out of the rhythm. So
Yeah.
maybe not solve at the same time as Max, for example.
Yeah,
Imagine doing a world record. The crowd and Max will both go crazy.
Yeah.
That might distract you. So it might be strategically clever to wait a little bit longer for that.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's definitely some strategy involved in getting off the cadence of everyone else. Naturally, over the course of the round, it will happen as people spread out and take little bits difference in time. All right, Felix, we got resolved too. Kieran's also unsolved too. Kieran's in third place with a 42.8 in his first solve.
I missed that.
Yeah, look for a surprise result
Awesome.
from him. He's certainly not as fast. I don't think we're expecting as much, but if he gets a good average, he certainly can be in there, especially with a little bit of underperformance in the first solve we've seen. Really adds a lot of pressure to those other guys when you start out with that bad solve.
That's right. Kieran, more of the 6x6 expert, I'd say, but at 5x5, he can pull off some really good solves.
He is no slouch.
He's no slouch. Well
Max
put.
Shao is having a rough go of it. This world champs with this finals, 118.
Max Park looking to deploy the same strategy here and wait for Felix to solve, actually. Interesting.
Oh, Felix. Okay, well, Felix is also capable of getting sub 40s, but it is not looking good for him. That's unfortunate. So Felix is now counting that first solve, which is a 45. So he's going to need, it looking like it might not be the fastest final, but he's probably going to need 3 40-second solves in a row if he wants to do this.
Meanwhile, Do Quang Hung from Vietnam got a 40.2.
Started with a 46, but hey, you got that 40. Now you might just do a 3.
Hey, why not?
Hopefully you get it, or well, actually probably you want to hope you'll get a 39. Timon, 41. All right, so people are starting
maybe
off.
that's solid. Maybe if the pressure is that much that you can't
really
get into that low sub 40
This
zone.
solve from Max right now is going to tell us a lot about what it's
Exactly.
going to take to win this final.
Let's see when he shows us the cube, how far he is. It's anyone's guess right now. Only Max, the judge,
He
and
hasn't even
Felix
started.
know.
He hasn't started moving his arms. This is bad. This is not good.
Oh, this might be 40
no,
plus
this
again.
is 40 plus. This is going to be 43 minimum. Okay.
Ah.
Slight adjustment. Okay, 42.7 though. That's
Max is like, no,
to
Kevin.
get sub 40. He's got to count a 38 and a 39. Like, I do not think the winner of this competition is going to be sub 40. I mean, it is. Especially if Nam with 41.9 is like, this is anyone's ball game right now. Felix obviously a bit behind. Kieran's second solve was 45.9.
They all seem to be having like a low 40 and a mid 40 right now. Makes it really hard to say anything about who's gonna potentially win this one.
Once you get third solves going in, we're really going to see how this is shaping up. Felix is on 3, Nam is on 2.
Nam looking a little bit shaky. That's unusual for him.
Honestly, surprisingly enough, has not been as unusual. He's been, but I feel like before COVID, he was just an absolute rock. Although I think he's Isaiah.
He's on
ZBL.
last layer.
Yes, 41.
Yes.
So I think 41 is something he's okay with.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Felix, he's going to need to clutch mode this out. If Felix hits another 45, it's all over for him in his top 3 aspirations.
Taking a shaky 41 out of over anything, basically.
Yeah. I mean, Do Kwang has the best, good top end with this 40, but Nam with 2 41s, I think everyone would be happier. I think everyone would take his first 2 solves over what they have currently.
Yeah. Felix continuing.
46.
Not the best.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Felix, that is going to do it for his, unless he gets 2 37s, that's pretty much going to do it for his hopes of top 3.
So if Kieran can finish this off quickly.
Right now.
Which he can't, unfortunately.
Oh, not too bad. 43-2.
Yeah, that's still up
Kieran's
there.
42-8, 43-2. So Kieran is in it. We need to get more results. We need to see Timon, Do Kwang, and Max's next solve because this is not a fast final. It's fast in the sense that everyone's going to average 42. And 4 years ago, I guess it's going to be the fastest podium of all time by a mile. But relative to the podiums we saw last time with 38, 39, no one's getting 38 tonight. That's for sure.
That's right. So is Max the only Redux user at the moment in
No,
the finals?
Felix is using Redux. And also I know Maddie
I thought
uses
he
Redux.
switched.
No, he switched. But then he messaged me about a week ago. Was like, oh, man, I can't believe I practiced all year using Redux. Or using Yao, and then I did some Redux solves, and I'm just faster with Redux.
That's funny.
All right, Timon's in solve 3.
All the others are using Jode, right?
Max and Felix use Redux. Maddie uses Redux, although he's not like a top player. I think out of the top 6, only Max and Felix are using Redux.
Whoa,
oh,
yeah.
Timon with the 39.
There we go.
He
First
is
top
hype.
40.
All right, you can see the excitement in Timon's face now. Like I think his first 2 not very good solves are really putting him on edge, and now he is. Timon is definitely winning now. He's counting at 41-1. I mean, it is a tight race. He is definitely ahead, and we're gonna see Max's solve right here.
Max needs some magic now.
I mean, he just needs some max. He just needs his normal Max Park solves.
Yeah,
The guy averages like 37. If he gets 3 37s, I think he's going to take it home. But there's a lot of pressure, and once you start out with those 241s, it's not like starting out at home.
Everything will depend on this 4th solve. If he can pull off a solve well below 40, he might still be in the running.
Oh, he's still in the running. 42-7. He's in a hole, but he's definitely still in the running.
Show us the cube.
Show us
Where
the
is
cube,
the
Max.
cube?
Nama started as well on his 3rd solve. Big
Nam
moment.
solving above the table, thankfully.
Nama's variant. Nama's a clean over the table.
Yeah, 40. That's still good.
All right, still
That's
behind,
still
but
good.
he is not. He's keeping right and hot on Timon's heels. If Nam gets a good solve in this one, him and Timon will have the exact same counting solve of 41-1, and then it's, ooh.
Do Kwang Hong, in the meantime,
For 39.
also 42.
No, sorry, that was a 42. I
No,
thought
also 42.
every-
So he has a 46, 40, and a 42. He might still have some
Nam
adjust-
is on
3x3.
I think he's on 3x3, right? It should only be like 5 seconds or 3x3.
Last layer.
No.
PLL?
Oh, it's not good.
That G-perm, that long G-perm.
Ooh, 43-2. Okay, he does not want to be counting that. He's definitely in a good spot for a podium, but I think if he's going to count that 43-2, he can kiss his chances of winning goodbye. Okay, we got Do Kwang, Timon, Max, and Nam looking like our real threats. Yes. Kieran's got a 40. Oh, we got this.
So after the upcoming solves, their 4th
Okay.
solves, we will be able to say something about the possible best and possible worst averages of the competitors.
Oh, okay. Felix is, yeah.
Felix is going to be the first contestant of whom we were going to know
No,
this
Felix's
information.
best possible is about 47, I think 46.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, you know what they say. Father Time is undefeated.
That's certainly true.
He's still, maybe, you never know, though.
So
one hand is pretty wide open, high variance.
That's true. That's
but,
true.
yeah, Timon's in the middle of his 4th solve. This will be a huge moment if he can get another 39 or better. Oh, he's pulling the cube a little higher.
Come on.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Show us the cube.
Oh, there is he on? Ooh.
40.9 fist bump, yeah.
He knows Timon is not here for the PB. He is here for the win, and he is in it.
His best possible average is a 40.36. His worst possible average is 41.37.
An extremely good worst possible average. 41.37.
That's a small gap.
I'd say he's locked, without some craziness happening, Timon has locked up a top 3 spot.
Definitely.
Obviously, not everyone's done with their 4th solve yet, but it would
And
require...
now Max is starting his 4th solve.
All right,
this will
we're gonna-
be very important.
We're going to have Max can lose it right here.
That's right.
Max's first solve is 45.
45.
If he gets a 45, he cannot get a 41 average.
That's right. Meanwhile, Do Kwang Hong unfortunately has another 46, so that puts him out of the running.
Him out of the running as well. It is these 3 on screen right here what we think are going to take 1, 2, 3. Where's Kaiwin at? Where is he? Oh, he's out. 47.58. Kaiwin's completely out.
He's out.
Yeah, it's these 3
So
right
Max
here.
solving right now.
And Nam is going on 4.
Oh, this is a good solve.
All right, Max is in it.
Wow.
Max's best possible average is going to be a lot better. The pressure is on, and Timon, while did not look, he knows that this reaction is only for Max Park getting a high 30.
So remember,
Timon knows the pressure is on.
So remember, Timon's best possible average is a 40.36, but Max's best possible average is a 39.82.
Wait a second. Nam is on.
Wait, what?
Nam's
This
on
is
3x3
gonna
stage.
be fast.
No, he didn't start.
No,
No,
it's
parity here.
It looked like he was already on 3x3.
42 maybe. Ooh, I think Nam is going to end up being 3rd place here, which I think most people would have predicted. Yeah.
43.37. Solid.
He's definitely, I think, out of the running for the win. Yes. Nam is out of the running for the win. Where's Max? Max's best possible is 39. Oh, my God. Okay, so it looks like Nam is probably going to be 3rd, though, based on what the results we're seeing. He's been consistently solid, but nothing that's not crazy. Felix, first.
Final solve,
Yeah,
Felix.
Max, Timon and Max are going to be our first and second place finishers. The order is still undecided. I think the whole crowd is rooting for Felix to get a good single on this last one. All right.
Decent last solve from
All right,
Felix.
Timon, here it is. This is for all the marbles. Can he pull off his miracle run 6x6 once again?
Felix with a 46.18 average. That will put him around, I don't know, 9th.
Timon is he will not be happy with anything less than a 38, or with his best solve here. He knows, right? I think he probably knows that there's nothing he can do to stop Max from winning, even with his best solve.
He cannot stop Max from possibly winning, but he can make it a little bit more difficult by having a very good last time.
Yeah. Max's fate is completely in his own hands now, and his cube just got dropped off, and why are we panning over to Maddie? No offense, but 43, not bad.
Whoa!
Timon,
37,
37-6, all right, and now Timon's average is what? What does Max need to win?
So 40-36 average for Timon. Max can still beat it, but to
38 what? Can you do the math?
Max needs
Max needs a 38 low or better. We're going to figure out exactly right now. But 38 is no guarantee. Max, even in California, there's local competitions, Max isn't getting 38 on every single solve. This is everything right here. Timon is guaranteed a top 2 finish, and all he can do is wait. 38.05 to tie. That is a good time. 38.03 most likely to win.
That is a hefty tie. I mean, that is hard.
Watch the hands.
But if anyone can do it, it's Max Park.
It's definitely Max Park, absolutely. But watch those hands. He starts pulling them up usually when he's getting to last layer, and that usually means about 3 seconds left. All right, here we go.
Max only needs for him an average at home solve. But can he deliver
I don't know.
at
His
this
hands
point?
oh my God. Oh, Max wins.
Oh my God.
Max Park with the absolute clutch final 2 solves
and Max
to seal the win.
Max wins.
Oh my God. And that start was disgraceful by his standard. 45, 42, 40, 36, 37. That is one of the most clutch performances I have ever seen.
Wow.
Wow, that was just the nerves to be able to lead out with a 45 and come all the way back to get a 39-second average.
Incredible
40.1 average. 40.1 average to take the win. Timon Kolosinski, 40.36. And Nam, we are expecting to wrap up third. I think he's actually already wrapped it up.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to just get a good solve here. This actually doesn't make a difference in the standings. Nam is third. I think the results actually are kind of most people predicted. 1, 2, 3, Max Nam, Max Timon Nam.
But it was nowhere near as clear as anyone would have expected before this.
Yeah,
Wow.
no one would have expected those results coming in like they were. Max would just come back. Holy crap.
So confirmation, Nam with a 42.34 average puts him in 3rd place. The crowd will certainly love this. Their home hero on the podium.
Dokwon, yeah, worst, best possible. He's out. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, there's Nam. Okay. Yeah, I guess.
No.
All right.
Big round of applause.
What did Kieran end up with? 44.01, yeah. Kieran looks to be in 4th place. Depending on what Dokwon gets. Oh, my God. That was just quite the solve from Max. Even when he pulled his hands up, I wasn't sure if he was going to get under 38.
That was really close.
That was so tight.
That was really close. 5x5 finals have still not finished yet. There's still 1 solve to be done.
5x5 finals coming down to the wire. Coming down to 0.7 on a single solve. You can do it. I don't care. You probably know him better. Yeah, you should do it. Do you want me to do OH finals? Or do you want someone else to do it?
We're probably going to do it.
Okay, no worries. Or you, Eric's gonna do it. Eric's gonna do it.
Thank you, Kevin, for your great commentary. In the meantime, Michael is getting our runner-up, Timon, to be on the stream. Chris standing next to me.
Gonna talk to Timon.
We flew in Chris as our interview expert. Here's Timon. Congratulations on 2nd place. Here you go.
All right.
Hello, everyone.
Timon Kolosinski, 2nd place at the 2023 World Championships. How do you feel? Run me through that round.
I mean, obviously, I'm kind of disappointed that Max clutched it on the last solve.
Yeah.
Because, I was in first and I was hoping maybe if he doesn't get an insane time, which he did, I would have won.
Okay, 5x5 finals is over.
But there was...
For one-handed, if you are a finalist of one-handed, please submit your puzzle to the backstage.
Yeah, there was nothing you could do to stop Max. Just absolutely boss mode, finishing with a 36-37. How are your nerves coming into that last solve?
I mean, honestly, for the few hours between 3x3 semi-final and this round, I've just been a complete nervous wreck. Like, I have not been able to eat, not been able to drink water. Like, it's just been a disaster. So I'm still very happy with that. I think that's still like way below my at-home average. So, the first 2 rounds were very exceptional for me, and I have been practicing 5x5. But I did not expect to do that well in the first 2. So this is still very good for me, and I'm very happy with second place. And congrats to Max.
Congratulations. You got 4x4 coming up in not too long. How are you feeling for that? You looking forward to it?
Well, we'll see how the nerves are. I hope I can handle it better now, so the break isn't as much of a pain.
If you are a finalist
I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happens. It's a
please
very,
come
very
backstage
random
and
event.
submit your
Well,
puzzle.
congratulations. Thank you for coming to chat to us, and good luck in
You may also
4x4.
bring 2 spectators with you to the backstage if you wish.
I think we're going to do like myself.
What an exhilarating final. 5x5 looked certain to be Timon Koloshinsky right up until the very last second. Max Park pulls out a 36 and a 37 to take the win. Following that up now, we now have the finals for 3x3 one-handed. Got some really good players in this one. Up the top of the table, we've got Patrick Ponce, the current world record holder, super consistent solver, and Max Park, also netting a sub-10 average, a 9.75 for him in the last round, and then 2 competitors with sub-10, 10-second flat averages, Juliet Sebastian of France and Dwayne Ramos of New Zealand.
We are still missing 2 competitors. Andre Che, and she's here. Last call for Andre Che. Please come to the backstage with your puzzle.
Place your bets. Right here, right now. Place your bets.
Michael, who do you think is going to win one-handed final?
I hate to be biased, but I seem to be biased every single final. So I really want my boy from New Zealand. It's Dwayne Ramos for me, man.
It's got to be Dwayne. But if we're being honest, probably Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick has been far too consistent, far too often for him to be anybody else's. Like he's by far the favorite to take this out
He was right off world record in the past round, just messing up a few of his solves. So we're hoping to see a possible world record or some continental records in this round.
We see Patrick tie world record again. He's tied it once.
3 times. That would be insane.
All right, chat. The hive mind that be. What do you guys reckon? Who do you have taken it home?
Seeing a lot of Dwayne with love hearts. Some support for Dwayne.
Yeah, seeing a lot of love for Max Park and Patrick Ponce, 2 American contingents up the top. And those are the 2 that you'd think are going to take it home. They're by far the favourites for this one.
We have got Max Park, who's seated second, but we've seen some mixed results from him in these past finals. Possibly the nerves getting to him in this really insane, loud environment.
3x3 one-handed finalists. In 16th place, Andre Shea. In 15th place, Reinier. In 14th place, Kaiwen Wang. In 13th place, Sean Patrick Villanueva. In 12th place, Nicholas Archer. In 11th place, Alexei Svetkov. In 10th place, Felix Zemdegs. In 9th place, Reihang Xu. In 8th place, Paris Paryakonak. In 7th place, we have Antonio Cam. In 6th place, we have Yuchan Hong. Hong Yuchan. In 5th place, we have Luke Garrett. In 4th place, we have Dwayne Ramos.
That's my boy. We love you, Dwayne.
In
Hit
3rd
him with the
place, we
soldier
have
boy.
Juliet Sebastian. In 2nd place, we have Max
Asserting
Park.
dominance, I guess.
Asserting dominance in lowercase because her
In
arms were like down
1st
below.
place, we have Patrick Ponce.
We love you, Patrick Ponce. Patrick Ponce. All right, and those are your finalists for 3x3 one-handed. Top 2 seeds, Patrick Ponce and Max Park, both of the United States. Both equally poised to take this out. You might say Patrick has a little bit of more favour just because of how consistent he is and been winning the last round as well.
He's also notably had a lot more time to warm up because Max Park and a few other people in this final have been very busy in the past few rounds.
They're just too good.
They are.
Too good for their own good.
Okay, everyone in the top 4 getting ready for their first solves. Right. Patrick is inspecting. Very quick start. And he's already on last pair. Oh, bit of a lock-up. And that is a 10.07 for Patrick Ponce.
It's looked like a little bit of an issue with the turning just leading into that last layer. But nets him still a time that's close to the 10-second mark. Fair bit away from what he was averaging in the first round. Now we have Dwayne Ramos. He's dropped the cube. Looked like he might have had a corner twist.
12.05. Max Park starting his solve, while Juliet Sebastian on the red stage is moving through F12 on PLL at 7 seconds. 9.999. And Max with a 9.19.
We've also missed Kaiwen Wang on the blue stage, starting off with an 8.16 to begin. That's a pretty solid solve.
And that is a Chinese Taipei national record.
That's one way to start off your final round.
We've got Felix Zemdegs, the goat of one-handed.
And just off camera at the moment, we have Patrick Ponce that has received the cube for his second solve. We'll give you updates on that one.
Oh, Felix moving very quickly. Onto PLL just over 7.5 seconds, and that's 10.51 for him.
Looked like not a great case for that PLL.
All right, moving back, we've got Patrick Ponce on the red stage, getting ready for his second solve. And we've got Dwayne Ramos on the blue stage, finishing off with a 9.01. He doesn't look happy with that. Looks like there was a bit of trouble on the LSE. For those
There's definitely more potential on that solve, so that's why he might be unhappy with that.
For those that don't know, Dwayne Ramos uses Ru, which is a method which finishes with only M and U moves. So you'll always see him use the table at the end of his solve.
Okay, Patrick Ponce now is counting that 10.07 on the first solve due to a 13.31 that he's just had on his second. Not off to a fantastic start.
Luke Garrett on the red stage. Off to a somewhat slow start. Hopefully he can bring it back.
Max Park in inspection on blue stage on the left. Looks like Dwayne's just doing a practice solve.
9.37 for Luke Garrett. He's very happy with that.
Solid from Luke. We turn our attention to Max now. He's just underway now. Just onto the last layer at about 7 seconds. And not quite sub 10. It's a 10.27.
And Juliet Sebastian with a 9.67. That is 2 sub 10s for Juliet Sebastian so far.
Luke Garrett also with 2 sub 10s so far, a 9.64 and that 9.37 that we saw on stream. Kaiwen Wang unfortunately following up that 8.16 from the first solve with a time almost 2 times slower, a 16.35.
And Dwayne solving, and that is going to be, oh, bit of trouble. Oh, no. Oh, and that's a 12.42.
So that
likely
means
putting him out of the running for a podium.
That means that the 12 he had on the first solve is counting. And on the topic of Ru users, Sean Patrick Villanueva, recently picking up one-handed, has a 9.28 and an 8.56. So it looks like he's putting himself in a really, really commanding position to start after those first 2.
And we've got Patrick solving on the red stage. Moving very quickly. And, oh, a bit of trouble. That's a 9.79. So actually, Sean Patrick Villanueva is looking like the current frontrunner of this group, followed closely by Juliet Sebastian. Max Park getting ready for his third solve. We can't see much of Max's cube, but it looks like he's got a 10.76 solve. Dwayne Ramos getting ready for his fourth solve. Juliet Sebastian, one of our front runners, doing very well. And that is a third sub 10 for Juliet Sebastian, 9.28.
Stone Cold Killer knows that ZBLL, does it to perfection, 9.28.
And a 9.08 for Dwayne Ramos. Very unexpected turn of events in this final, seeing some underdogs come up ahead.
Felix Zemdeg's getting a warm reception from the crowd with a 9.29 second single.
And Patrick on, I believe, his fourth solve. Oh, yeah, fourth solve. Getting a 9.31. He'll be satisfied with that.
So after that, Patrick Ponce now, he has potential for a sub-10 average. His best possible average, if he's able to get better than 9.31, it was a 9.72 average.
And that is another sub-10 for Sean Patrick Villanueva, looking very strong in this group. Him and Juliet Sebastian are doing very, very well.
We've seen Andrei Shea of Russia getting a 7.75. Not his PR, he has a 6 as far as I'm aware. And Max Park dropping another sub-10 there, 9.26 on his fourth.
Luke Garrett, also a very strong player in this final, completing his fourth solve now. Oh, or on OL, and he knows the ZB. 8.65. Very, very good.
He's counting 2 sub-10s now. Luke Garrett, he's had a podium in clock already, but his best possible average for one-handed is 9.22. That's the best of all we've seen so far from those who've done their fourth solve.
And this is fourth solve for Juliet Sebastian.
Starting now. So again, this is
Oh,
fast.
oh,
OLL's
and an
done.
OLL skip.
This is fast.
Oh, and messing up on the
no.
UPM, 10.41.
That's the slowest solve for her so far.
A best possible average of 9.65 and a worst possible of 10.02.
So that worst possible average is a 10.02. Luke, however, is sitting at a worst possible of 10 flat. So Luke guaranteed 10 seconds flat or better. This is an exciting final, man. This is going to be so good to see how it comes out on top in these latter stages.
And Dwayne Ramos finishing up with a 10.39 average, followed by Nicholas Archer from the United Kingdom with a 10.93 average.
Also missed Antonio Cam on his last solve, a new Asian record. New Asian record single of 6.45 for Antonio Cam. We have Patrick, who's finished his average now.
Luke Garrett doing his last solve now. Luke Garrett inspecting. We can't see him on. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, now we can. I've got eyes on Luke Garrett, and he is getting a. Oh,
he's happy with that.
That's a 10.98. 10.89.
10.89 plus 2.
That is giving him his worst possible average of 10.00 seconds.
So it's still beating Patrick Ponce by 0.01. It's just been entered into the WCA Live, and the crowd has noticed.
Also notably, Sean Patrick Villanueva getting a 9.52 on his fourth solve, setting him up for a possible podium. Juliet Sebastian, last solve of the average. Also a contender for a podium.
Okay, and Juliet Sebastian, a worst possible average of 10.02.
She will win. Oh,
Juliet
and that's got it to Juliet Sebastian.
This is incredible stuff. That's her best solve of the average. It's a 9.65. She's in the lead. The only one that has a chance of beating that is Sean Patrick Villanueva. He hasn't done his fifth solve yet.
If Sean Patrick Villanueva gets a best solve, he's guaranteed one. Sean Patrick is the world champion.
Sean Patrick's world champion.
He is guaranteed the win.
Wow. 9.42, worst possible average.
So no matter what Sean gets right now, he will win one-handed, with Juliet Sebastian very close behind in second place.
We saw the fireworks from Juliet Sebastian finishing really, really strong with that solve, but Sean Patrick sewed this up. It doesn't matter what he gets. This one's just for show.
Ruhong Zhu, we haven't shown him on stream yet. He's got a best possible average of 9.33, which can win if Sean Patrick Villanueva gets a worst possible average. Oh, okay. And that will be a worst possible average for Sean Patrick Villanueva of 9.42. It all comes down to Ruhong Zhu's final solve of 10.5.
All right, calling up finalists for 4x4. If you are a...
Don't know what Roy Hung Shu's got on his last solve, but it comes down to that. Hasn't been entered into WCA Live yet. But it's a 10.50, so Sean Patrick
If you're a
Villanueva
finalist for
is your
4x4,
world champion.
Please come to the backstage and submit your puzzle.
Yeah, of course. We're just getting Juliet. One of the most intense finals we've seen at this World Championships, with a very unexpected podium of Sean Patrick Villanueva in first place with 9.42, Juliet Sebastian in second with 9.65, and Luke Garrett coming in third with a 10.0 average. Notably, the world record holder, Patrick Ponce, coming in fourth just by 0.01 of a second, having a 10.01 average.
Revolution.
Revolution. Actually, at the 2019 World Championships, Sean Patrick Villanueva surprised us all and came second in 3x3, proving that Ru was a very important method. And today he's shown that again, coming first in one-handed with a 9.42 average.
I'm sure in the time between then and now, Ru has shown itself to be a very, very viable method, especially for one-handed. And Sean Patrick Villanueva showed that to be true by clutching the world champion title with a 9.42 average.
Having fun?
We have a very special guest joining us on stream now. You're going to be joined by Juliet Sebastian, runner-up on this World Championships, improves from the third place in 2019 through to a second place in 2023. Juliet, second place.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Surreal.
Yeah. Well, it was unbelievable to watch. We were looking at you in your times in the early stages, and we were a bit worried with that 10.41 on the fourth solve, but you had nailed it. Hit the hammer, hit the nail on the head. Yeah, but that last one with the 8.65 to lock your best possible average at 9.65 was exhilarating. Had a massive crowd reaction. How did it feel after you'd gotten that solve and the crowd was just going for it?
I don't know. I guess not much was going through my mind. I was just like, I didn't know if I had podiumed or not, but I knew I had done something, and
We're
it
calling
felt like
Patrick
an
Ponce.
explosion.
You must have known at least that you'd locked the sub-10 average, which was possibly more important. Because going into this round, 10 averages looked like what was going to take it. We had third and fourth as 10 flat averages, so getting under that mark in the finals on the biggest possible stage must have felt really, really good.
Yeah.
Also, looking at third place, Luke Garrett had some pretty consistent solving at the start, a couple of nines, and then unfortunately counting a 10 on that last solve with a 12.89. Locked him a 10 flat average, exactly what he had in the round before. Sean Patrick Villanueva taking the win in 9.42. But our top two seeds, Patrick Ponce and Max Park, failing to make the podium. Patrick in fourth and Max Park in
We are
sixth.
still looking for Patrick Ponce. Last call for Patrick.
Patrick's gone. There's nowhere to be seen. But even still, second place at the World Championships is no mean feat. Is there anything you'd like to say to your family, friends, fans back home? You can have some time to think.
Yeah. I guess thanks for supporting me, and meow. That's all.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for coming on stream, Juliet. Congrats again on second place. 2025, she'll be world champion.
Hopefully.
Juliet is out, and in we have Marc Dullemond.
Yes. I did want to commentate on this one. Just for one very, not even patriotic, it's not nationalism, this one. My little brother is in there, so
this is
he
family
qualified.
matters here.
Yeah, he qualified 7th, I believe,
Well, let's
for
pull up the
4x4
results from 4x4
with a
round
national
2.
record. He was very happy with it. 4th, actually. 4th, I'm so sorry.
You're selling him
25,
a bit short,
14.
mate.
Yeah, I am.
So Twine Dullemond in Netherlands. There's a bit of a bias in the commentary box towards him, finishing in 4th place, just outside the top 3, with a national record average of 25.14. Also a national record for Timon Koleszinski of Poland, finishing 2nd in that round at 21.65 average. And that top 3 of Max Park, Timon Koleszinski, and Sebastian Weyer of Germany is going to be very tough to topple. They all have a very good track record of doing well in big finals.
Exactly, because the second round psych sheet is a bit deceiving. Sebastian Weyer is known for way quicker times than 24.
We have Jaemin Chang, Jang Jaemin. In 15th place, we have Kevin Gerhardt. In 14th place, we have Reihang Xu. In 13th place, we have Jonah Crosby. In 12th place, we have Do Kwang Hong. In 11th place, we have Seung Hyuk Nam, Nam Seung Hyuk. In 10th place, we have Kieran Bihan.
I'm looking at Felix all the way down there.
Yeah, exactly.
In 9th place, we have Kai Wen Wang. In 8th place, we have Patrick Ponce. In 7th place, we have Ari Randers Person. In 6th place, we have Maddie Hiroto Inaba. In 5th place, we have Ivan Lee Ka Leong. In 4th place, we have Tuan Dullemond. In 3rd place, we have Sebastian Weyer. Timon Koleszinski. In 1st place, we have Max Park.
Max Park getting a big rap from the crowd. He is your red-hot favourite to take this one out and defend
If
his
you
World
are
Championship title.
A finalist of 2x2, please come to the backstage. We would like to have you ready.
As you might have noticed, we are missing a couple of big names here. Mats Falk qualified 17th, missing out by only 1/10 of a second. And most notably, Felix Zemdex in 23rd with a 28.08 average, missing out by by almost a second.
So these top 4 now, they all have their cubes and they're ready to go. Who's going to start first? Okay, so Timon starting now. Looks like pretty fluid turning, not a lot of pauses there.
Tuan inspecting his starters as well. Bit of a pause there.
And Max Park with the blazing fast turning. Very typical of his style. Big start from Timon.
That's huge.
That's a sub 20 by a big way, 19.02, putting him in a very good stead. Remembering he qualified with a national record of 21.65 average.
Max Park still isn't close. Cube slowly coming up
really
now.
good.
25 seconds and 26 for Tuan. Sebastian has not started his first solved yet.
Timon Koloshinsky getting himself in a good position really, really early, 19.02.
And 22 seconds there for Bo Kwang Hung. Sebastian just about to start.
Four by four, Sebastian's pet event. This is the one where he'll be really, really wanting to get a good result here. Let's see if he can start. Timon's off to a really, really good start. We'll see if Sebastian can put himself in a similar position, and it looks like it might not be. 23.91, solid time.
Timon taking the lead by a country mile.
It's a massive difference. No one that we've seen so far has gotten their first solve under 22 seconds. So Timon's first solve almost 3 seconds to the good.
Timon already with the second cube right in front of him, starting inspection. And Suyuk Nam is starting his solve as well.
So Sunghyuk Nam, we haven't seen his first solve yet. This is the one that he's about to do now. As Timon's inspecting and is just now beginning his second. Remember, Timon started off with a 19.02. A fantastic, fantastic solve to start. We haven't seen anybody get within 3 seconds of that so far. But Sunghyuk Nam might have something else to say about that.
Chirwin is struggling here. That's not a very good time for him, 29 seconds.
Sunghyuk Nam, he's just done OLL parity, and it looks like it's going to be not a great solve, a 28.28 for him.
And how great that first solve was is how slow in comparison this solve is for Timon. 25 seconds, 6 seconds slower than the first one.
We're now seeing Max Park on his second. He's definitely the favorite to win, and he has a habit of handling himself under pressure quite well. So we'll see if he can pull something off here. Not the start he would have been after, a 25.25. But can only go upwards from there, surely. 21.51, that's solid. That's more along the lines of what he's capable of.
There's no one near the camera. Sebastian just about to start here. Max Park looking as well. It's over 20 seconds now. And this is not a great solve again. 27 seconds. This could still very much be anyone's game. The door is wide open here.
We haven't seen anybody able to string together too many decent solves. Kieran Bien starting off with a 23, but then following that up with a 29. Do Quang Hung of Vietnam, a 22.17, and then a 23. Sunghyuk Nam wasn't off to a great start, a 28.28 on his first, but in front of his home crowd, he'll be looking to impress. He's just finished up his edge pairing now, 20-second mark, OLL parity. And
Bit of a
very
lock
lucky
of
execution. 25.71. This might be the first round in a while where we haven't had any
Timon has a
standout
second great solve.
favorites.
20 seconds.
20.6. Okay, so that's a counting solve because of that 19 on the first. Now he's comfortably cemented himself as the front runner.
He does also have a 25 seconds, though. He must not count that.
That dark cloud, that 25 is going to be looming over him the rest of the average. It's just going to come down to whether he counts that or anything close to that. That could be a make or break. It's Max Park on his third. Remember, he's counting. He's got a 25 and a 21, and that's a 24.46, which is counting.
Timon, clearly your favorite at the moment. Still anything really possible in the top 5? Maddie with a very decent 21-second solve.
Yes, it is. We've seen another 21 from Maddie. That's faster than his other 21. So the 21.82 on his second is now counting. So it's himself and Timon cementing themselves with the 2 fastest counting times so far. Might have Max Park counting a 24 because of a 25 he had on the first solve.
I don't want to say it, but I think Sebastian's kind of out.
No, Sebastian not doing well. He's counting a 24 as well. He's in a similar situation to Max.
Twan with a 29-second solve. That ain't good. That means he counts the 25 and the 26. He's definitely out.
And what we haven't seen is that Do Quang Hong of Vietnam, he's got 22, 23, 22. So he's counting a 22 as well. He's in that boat with Maddie and Timon, counting some decent solves.
Timon looking good here, but also that overlooming pressure from that 25 on his second solve.
Song Hyuk-nam with OLL parity again. He's had it every single solve.
It's a skill issue.
So it's Timon now. He's doing his fourth
doing
line.
very
He's
well.
counting a 20, and this is good as well. Another 20. It's counting as well. 20.78. Timon very much in front of this final. Only one solve left and a worst possible average of 22.23.
And as well, potential for the national record again. Could he get it back-to-back NRs within the same event? Can Max salvage this average here? Can he pull out 2 lone counting times?
Can he pull two rabbits out of a hat?
He doesn't only need 1 rabbit, he needs 2, but he only can get 1 more. That's a 24, that isn't good. His worst possible average is 27, his best is 23.50. That's not enough. Timon definitely ahead of Max Park on this one.
So Timon set himself up with the best possible average of 20.1. And I would like to remind you the European record currently, 21.14 by Sebastian Wire.
And on the blue stage, we have Maddie with another 21, as well as Patrick.
So Maddie has that 29 on the first solve. That's going to be something that's got to be lingering in the back of his mind. But since then, he's gone 21, 21, 21.
Maddie's a few.
Counting 2 of those 21s, putting himself in a really, really good position here.
Maddie looking at a best possible average of 21.73 and a worst possible average of 24.49. A lot of pressure on this last solve still. Could be very good. Could also throw him off the podium even.
Timon now, he has the cube for his 5th solve. Reminder, this average could be something absurd.
On the red stage, Sebastian getting another 22-second solve.
He's only going to need a mid-21-second solve to lock the European record. I'm sure that'll be something he's going for. He's just started now.
Our hometown hero with a 23-second solve. That puts him out of contention for the podium for sure.
Timon's going now. It's onto his 3x3. OLL parity, and it looks like it's just going to not be enough. 24.9. He's still pretty content with that. It is counting.
Maddie could still win this. That 24 definitely makes it a tad easier.
So that's Timon finishing with a 22.11 average. That is the time to beat.
Yeah. On your screen now.
Matty Hiroto Inaba has a really
that
good
isn't
chance of
enough.
beating that.
22.63 for Do Kun Hong. It is a national record, though. Max Park with a 17.93.
Max Park dropping the sub 18.
That gives him his best possible average of 23.50.
Yeah, 23.50 his average. So Max Park, he slotted himself into third place at the moment. But Matty needs 22.5 to win. Oh, it's a 29.
24.27 for Matty. That's his average.
So remember, Matty counting a 29 because his first solve was a 29.68. He needed a 22 to take the win or get some really, really good average. It just didn't come off that way.
Little bit of confusion with Sebastian going on. If his fifth isn't counting yet, he could still maybe get on the podium. Patrick going on here. Let's see what he does.
We're also unsure of what Kaiwan Wang got on his first solve, but the rest of these solves are 23, 23, 25, 23. So depending on what that first one was, could have slotted himself into third.
Sebastian off screen is not going to be able to get on the podium anymore, unfortunately.
So we have Dong Quang Hung sealing the national record average for Vietnam, the 22.63. At the moment, he's slotted into second place. It's not looking like too much is going to change.
Yeah, I think this doesn't count. This one. No, it doesn't count.
Unfortunately, that's his best solve we've seen so far, but it was just to solve the cube for an extra. We'll wait to see if Sebastian can salvage a fourth place here. In any case, Timon Kolosinski is your 4x4 world champion.
Yes, with a 22.11 average. Timon looks to have sealed it. No one who's still solving is able to eclipse that. So first place, Timon Kolosinski at 22.11. Third place, Max Park of the USA at 23.50. And Do Quang Hung of Vietnam slotting himself between them into second place with a national record average for Vietnam, 22.63.
On your screen now, the battle for fourth place. Patrick Pons or Sebastian Weyer?
So Patrick's just finished with a 26.44 there.
That gives him his worst possible average of 24.42.
So 24.42 at the moment, slotting him into sixth. We are just waiting on Sebastian Wyatt to finish his. And it is not possible for him to get a podium. So your podium is locked in. Max Park from the United States, third. Do Quang Hung of Vietnam, second. And Timon Kolosinski taking out the win.
Once again, Timon Kolosinski taking another big cube dub.
And Do Quang Hung actually came into this round qualified as 12th. So he's made a massive jump to come second there.
That's insane. That's an underdog story there.
That is an underdog story. You wouldn't pick him coming into it. I certainly wouldn't have at least.
No, I mean, we'll see if you can get Timon on here again to have a bit of a chat.
A lot of contenders for that one again. So we obviously had Timon Kolosinski, Max Park, not off to the best start, but got his best possible average to come third. And don't forget Matty Hiroto Inaba.
We are still missing a couple competitors for 2x2 finals. If you are a 2x2 finalist, please submit your puzzle backstage.
So let's not forget, Matty Hiroto Inaba started off with a 29, which wasn't the start he was after.
You are also
and then immediately
eligible to have 2 spectators as VIP in front of the belt.
So he immediately followed up that 29 with 21, 21, 21, and then another 29 on the last one. He could have taken the win overall, but instead he drops all the way down to 5th, counting that 29.02. Was anybody's game before that point. But now 4x4 is over. Timon taking the win. Do Quang Hung of Vietnam in second with a new national record. And Max Park, possibly the favorite coming into this round, coming third. 23.50.
We are still missing 5 people for 2x2 finals. Please submit your puzzles backstage.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone, wherever you're watching from. Good night, possibly even.
Or good midday, depending on where you are.
We're joined by me, OJ, and him.
Last call for
Jode
2x2 finalists.
Jode.
Doje.
And
Jode.
we're going to watch some 2x2 finals.
Please submit your 2x2
Who's your
backstage.
pick for the win?
Zane. That would be boring.
Let's do what we did yesterday. Hot takes only.
Okay, hot takes. George Scoley from the United Kingdom.
Okay.
In, I think, 20th out of 20.
He's
or
16th
16th out of 16.
Yeah, I did not know George Scoley was that fast, so I was very surprised to see him on the list for this final.
Yeah, he's the national record holder for, well, he used to be the national record holder for 2x2 in the UK. He's a very quick events kind of guy.
Yeah, I was speaking to someone earlier about his turning, and apparently it's just extremely fast all the time.
He's a TPS kid, as they call him.
I see. Well, I'm going to do a very hot take, and I'm going to say Samir Agarwal will take out 2x2.
So he's already got his square 1 win. Now you reckon he's going to win 2x2 as well?
I think so. I think the two go hand in hand.
Yeah. Very commonly known that a 2x2 and a square 1 are basically just the same thing.
Well, I did 2x2 and square 1 for a few years. Those were my main events. So yeah, I think Samir's gonna clutch this one out.
We'll have to wait and see. It has been some very exciting back-to-back finals so far. Which has been your favorite?
It's our 2x2 finals.
Oh, I've got to say one-handed.
In 16th place,
one-handed was very good.
George Scoley. In 15th place, Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson isn't here. There he is.
In 14th place, Ziyu Yo.
Close enough.
Yeah. Ziyu Yo. In 13th place, Lee Ke Lee.
Another one.
Lee Ke Lee actually just came third in Pyraminx.
In 12th place, An Chi Yu.
An Chi Yu is a competitor in the UK.
In 11th
so it's exciting to
place,
see he's up
Kyungmin Choi.
there. He represents Bulgaria.
Popping out a Gangnam Style.
Yep, a very big applause for him there.
In 10th place, Anthony Padarakis.
We're surprised to see Anthony seated in 10th, as he is a former world champion.
In 9th place, Tommy Cherry.
The 2x2 is such a volatile event that that sort of thing is going to happen all the time.
Yeah, I've heard that the scrambles in Anthony's
In
group
8th place,
were...
Sumanth Chandrupatia.
I've heard that the scrambles were far worse in Anthony's group compared to the group above
In
his.
7th place, Nguyen.
Gotta be quick, it's too back to be starting, beginning and now.
In 6th place, Samir Agarwal.
Hello, everyone.
In 5th place, Brennan Lin. In 4th place, Yiheng Wang. In 3rd place, Hansen Yu. In 2nd place is Michael Nielsen. In 1st place, we have Zane Kanani.
Okay, we just have a very quick chance to chat to our 4x4 world champion, Timon Koleshinsky. How do you feel about that round?
I mean, that was a very good round for me. Maybe the two solves that were worse were not great, but you know, parity and stuff happened on the 4x4. So yeah, way better than average for me, like most of the competition so far. I definitely didn't think I would win, well, any event really, but I thought if I had a chance of winning any event, it would be one of the odd numbered events, like 7 or 5. Not a 6 and 4x4. So yeah, I'm kind of speechless.
Yeah, and going into that last solve, you had a really good chance of breaking the national record, possibly even the European record average. Did you know about that? And did you feel
I
like
definitely
you could do
knew. I've been trying to break the European record average for a very long time because Sebastian has it. And yeah, beating Sebastian was very nice as well. Maybe I won't go into detail, but let's just say it feels very good to beat him.
Fair enough. All right. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Timon. Sorry we're cutting it short, but we're going to go on with 2x2 finals now.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of your events.
Okay, starting off with some very strong times. A 1.55 from Zane, 1.53 from Hansan.
We're seeing Anthony over on the blue stage, prepping for his first solve.
And it was a 1.30 from Yiheng, the fastest we've seen so far. There was a 1.32 from Samir as well.
And a 1.34 from Anthony. Yiheng getting ready for his second solve.
109 from Ziyu Yi, a 1.19 from Leaky Lee, and a 1.15 from Tommy Cherry.
Yiheng's second solve is a 1.27.
Whoa.
Very good start for Yiheng.
And the crowd has gone and cheered for them. This event is so fast, we're going to struggle to get everyone on camera, but we'll do our best.
Okay,
We've got Leaky Lee on the right here on the red stage. With a 1.55 counting.
1.48 for Brian Johnson right next to Leaky Lee.
Tommy, the current lead, with a 1.15. He's just been got off camera because Zane is about to start solving.
Zane with a 1.16. He's very satisfied with that. That's a very good start for him as well.
Tommy got a 2.17.
And Leaky Lee with a second solve of 1.55.
Michael Nielsen just preparing himself for his second solve. A 1.66 on his first. Jansen Yu with a 1.77. .58 for Nguyen.
And a 2.29 for Michael Nielsen. He won't be happy about that one. And Yiheng Wang getting ready for his third solve. And it's a 0.87. That is looking like a very, very strong start, possibly a win.
It might be a very good scramble in the third then. If we're seeing that sort of time from him, we'll see what Zane gets on it.
It is Zane's turn.
1.77 from Hansen Yu. What can Zane get on this one? This is exciting.
I'm sure he'll find the solution as he's checking 7. bit of
fumble.
trouble. 1.68 for Zane Kanani. Yiheng Wang currently looking in the lead with Ziyu Yi closely followed behind.
Brendan Lin just inspecting now. $1.69.
We have not seen anyone else do super well on the third scramble yet. Anthony Patorakis doing his second solve with a 1.12.
Absolutely solid solve from Anthony there. Yiheng has got his fourth cube, I believe, in front of him. He is already counting a 127. Hansen Yu going in for his fourth solve. 1.86.
And 1.35 for Michael Nilsson. He looks satisfied with that.
It looks like Hansen Yu's second solve was actually a DNF. We didn't see that on camera. Zane just inspecting now.
Bit of trouble for Yiheng on that one with a 1.61. Zane completing his fourth solve now. And 1.12. Counting a 1.16 now in this
Zane's
average.
best possible average is 1.28 and his worst is 1.46. Yiheng's best is a 1.15 and his worst is a 1.39. So both of them are in the running.
It was off camera, but Ziyu Yi got a 0.82 solve on the third scramble.
Zane's more consistent and Yiheng's a better single. Anthony Patorakis with his next cube in front of him.
This is Anthony's third solve.
$1.26 from Brandon Lin.
Leaky Lee on the red stage, inspecting.
And Yiheng has his fifth cube in front of him, so does Zane.
So Leaky Lee finishing with a 1.37 average, getting a 1.38 on her last solve. Very possible podium, even
Yiheng
possibly a
and Zane
win.
both got cubes in front of them. Yiheng started the inspection now.
Yeah, I just said. 1.28 for Michael
Yiheng's messed
Nielsen.
up. He is not going to beat Leaky Lee with that.
That is a
Zane is
1.39
inspecting now.
average. 1.39 for Yiheng Wang.
Hansen Yu with a 166.
And a +2 for Anthony on a 1.44.
And a 1.37 for Zane.
Putting him in the lead with a 1.36 average. Your current winner.
That is only 0.01 off of Leaky Lee's second place time. And Yiheng's 1.39. Ziyu Lee, we believe, is in the lead no matter what happens on this last hole.
Ziyu having his cube delivered.
Jansen Yu with a 1.70. Ziyu Lee Yi has already won this, we believe, but he's got his cube in front of him right now. We're going to try and pan over. Here we go. Taking his time, he probably has no idea that he's won yet.
Z with 1.59.
That is the worst time, but that does still secure him the win, as we said, 1.34 average.
If Kyungmin Choi gets a best time on this solve, he will tie first, but not by singles, so he will be in second place.
Anthony could win still. Anthony is still in the running for the lead. If he gets his best, he will be at 1.29. It's an incredibly close competition. I wonder if Anthony has any idea that he could possibly win this. It's like nearly best, so like 1.1-ish.
Okay. Anthony needs roughly a 1.1 on his last solve to win.
1.2 might just do it. He is taking a lot of deep breaths. He knows how crucial this must be. And his cube is with him now. There's a bit of a shushing going over the crowd. Hopefully we can be a bit quiet for his last attempt.
It's a 1.23 or better to secure a win.
He will not win in the event of a tie, so he does need slightly better than that. Take some deep breaths. You got this.
We haven't seen many good times on this last scramble, so hopefully Anthony can pull out something amazing here. And that is a 1.46.
And he has missed out on the win. But he has missed out on the podium in its entirety.
Putting
he
him
thinks
into
he's done
fifth
well. He
place.
has no idea that he has missed out on podium. Yeah, I guess so. What an explosive 2x2 finals. All of the top 3 places were within 0.03 seconds of each other. In first place, we have Ziyu Yi with 1.34, then Zane Kanani with 1.36, then Li Lee with 1.37.
If you are a finalist for 3 blind, please come to the backstage. Also, we ask the audience to be especially quiet during 3x3 blindfolded.
Of course, we do not have any best possible averages in blind. Blind is done as a best of 3 event, so any individual solve could be the world champion title. I want to interview. I'm not gonna interview. Oh, he's got it.
Finalists for 3x3 blindfolded, please come to the backstage and submit your puzzles.
Okay, Zane, congratulations. You've just come second in 2x2. How do you feel?
I was just super shaky. Like I didn't execute the last the first and third one were like.
We ask all spectators to be extremely quiet during the final. In particular,
So the first and third I kind of locked up.
Try
so
not
like
to
1.5,
cheer
1.6.
for each individual
The
solve.
1.1s were good, and the last one I was okay with
At
because
the
I was
end,
like
we
really
will
shaky. I
cheer
didn't
for
know
all
if I
of
could
them
win
at
or not, but
once.
yeah, it was just like 0.02 difference. So.
Yeah. How did you feel going into the last solve?
I knew I probably had a chance at winning, but I wasn't exactly sure what other people got. I heard a lot of clapping, so I didn't think it was like guaranteed to win or anything if I got.
Yeah. And what were the solutions like? Because we saw some very mixed results from some of our top players in this final.
Most of them were like EG. I don't think I used any weird outsets. Yeah.
Yeah. We still seeing 7 solutions every solve?
No, I didn't check that many out. Shaky.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations, Zane. And hopefully we see some more good results. Are you in any other finals today?
No. Yeah, I'm just going to watch
well,
that. So.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thus concludes 2x2 finals, especially tight at the top of the table. We're talking top 7 within 0.2 of a second. This is absurd. The podium, 0.04 separates first and third. That's crazy.
It's so competitive. It's amazing.
It's unreal how crazy it is at the top of the table.
For 3x3 blindfolded.
Now it's time
place,
for
Tam Kwan. In 15th place, Antonio Cam.
These are all my friends.
Just Graham. You don't have to pronounce H. Yeah.
In 14th, Graham Siggins. In 13th place, Christophe Bobert. This one I don't need. In 12th place, Timothy Castle. In 11th place, Jeff Park. In 10th place, Liam Chen. In 9th place, Philip Maxwell. In 8th place, Adrian Debski. In 7th place, Gianfranco Wonki. Sorry. In sixth place, Charlie Eggins. In 5th place, Yifan Wang. In 4th place, Manuel Gutmann. In 3rd place, Stanley Chappelle. In 2nd place is Elliot Kobelansky. And in 1st place, we have Tommy Cherry. Just a reminder, let's try to be very quiet during the finals. Please do not try to cheer for individual solves. We will cheer for all of them together after they're all done. Thank you.
So those are your competitors for 3x3 blindfolded. Tommy Cherry, the very clear favorite, qualifying in seed number 1. Elliot Kobelansky, seed number 2, has already started his memo, and it's around about 6 flat. He gets into his fluid turning, his classic Elliot Kobelansky style, just forgetting memo a little bit. And it's a DNF.
Manu had a little bit of trouble picking it up.
Got Charlie Eggins memoing sub 6. Just forgetting corners. This is not what he would have wanted to start this off. We have Stanley Chappell with a 15.72 and Philip Maxwell, a new Asian record, beating the one set by Yifeng in round 1, a 14.93 single for Philip Maxwell.
Great start. Tommy Cherry going. Ooh, 14.07.
14.07. That puts him in the lead at the moment, ahead of Philip Maxwell, who set the new Asian record.
So we have 5 competitors who have DNF'd in the first solve. 8 have a successful solve now.
That 14.07 from Tommy is going to be very, very tough to beat. Getting that time on the first solve sets him up really, really well. There's not as much pressure to get a good time on the next couple of solves. Elliot Kobolansky on number 2, executing his corners now. It's just a little bit locky. That's not what we're used to seeing. It's an 18.11. He will not be very happy with that at all.
All competitors waiting for their next solve.
The big stories to come out from that first solve. Tommy Cherry cementing the lead for the time being at 14.07, and in second behind him, Philip Maxwell of Indonesia, the new Asian record, 14.93.
15.24. Seems happy.
He'll be pretty happy with that. Puts him in third for the time being. We haven't seen any times from this second scramble just yet. Seeing Adrian Debski just beside Charlie attempting it now, but Manuel Gutmann just having a little bit of a problem there, shaking the head. He might have just forgotten Memo a little bit. And Elliot Kobolansky, he'll be getting right into this solve now. This is his final solve, remember.
Stanley Chappell with a 15.9.
Elliot Kobolansky. We're getting his best single. No, it's a DNF. So he'll finish with an 18.11. That's a long way down. It's 8th place at the moment. Not even close to the podium. Tommy Cherry at 13.98. This is incredible stuff. He's well on track for a world record mean here. This is crazy.
What a way to step up in the World's Final.
We know he handles pressure well. He's already won clock finals, his other main event for this competition. The world record, 14.72. We'll update you with what he needs, but at the moment he is comfortably ahead of that.
Charlie Eggins look like he's about to start. There he goes.
So Tommy Cherry, he needs a 16.09.
5-second memo.
Or better.
Ooh, little slip off of the cube.
No,
shaking his head.
Looking good for Charlie. He's not very happy with it.
Ah.
It's a 14.84 DNF.
Charlie currently in third place with a 15.24 singles, probably going to be off the podium.
Now, don't forget, Tommy Cherry 16.09 or better required for world record. Sitting comfortably in first with a single of 13.98 for the time being. Behind him, Philip Maxwell, 14.93. The Asian record single is just taken off Yifan. But Tommy Cherry, this is for pride. This is going to be unbelievable to watch. And he's off. This is fast. Low 5-second memo from Tommy. Exec fluid. This is crazy. This is going to be fast. Yes! World record!
14.39.
World record mean. He's got it. Yes. What a way to win World Championships. 13.98 single and a new world record mean 14.15.
Oh, wow.
Low 14. He's handled the pressure fantastically. And it's a new world record for Tommy.
Meanwhile, we have last competitors finishing up.
.15 mean in the World Championship final.
What a way to do it.
Must be feeling so good right now. It was a toned down celebration, but I tell you what, that must mean so much to him that he's able to perform on the biggest stage cubing has to offer and absolutely demolish the world record.
So we have a few competitors who still have to do a few solves, and then we'll cheer for Tommy.
So at the moment, it's Tommy Cherry, obviously in the lead. World record mean 13.98 single. We've seen Philip Maxwell in second place with the new Asian record. And we had Charlie, but just sneaking in, we've seen Liam Chen, a 15.03 new personal record on the third one. So it's United States, Indonesia, United States, your podium.
Unfortunately,
Charlie Eggins sneaking out to fourth.
That's unfortunate for him.
Just finishing our last few solves now is Christoph Bober, a sub 20. That's all right for him. He's got an 18.64 on the first, though, and we're just waiting on Antonio Cam to do his last solve now. Antonio's got his last solve, and that's it.
Antonio going for his next solve.
My personal favorite, yellow top, green front user. That's it. Your podium cemented now. 13.98 for Tommy Cherry, Philip Maxwell, 14.93. And Liam Chen, 15.03. A rapturous round of applause from the crowd. Tommy Cherry demolishing the world record mean.
He's coming in for an interview.
Okay, can we give another round of applause to the blindfold finalists? Thank you.
All right, and we've got Tommy on for an interview after absolutely demolishing the three blind world record mean, his own world record mean,
we are looking for Tommy Cherry.
14.15 in the finals.
Cherry, please come back to the red stage so we can check the scrambles.
Should we do the interview first or after? Okay. Hello, everyone.
All right.
What you said.
I just said that you're really good and you
thank
got
you.
world record. That's pretty much all I had to say, really. So winning 2 events at the World Championships, obviously following up the massive clock win.
Oh, should I? Okay.
Yeah. Following up with a massive win in clock with this win in 3x3 blindfolded, beating the new Asian record as well that got set by Philip Maxwell.
wow.
And Liam Chen slotting into third of one of your really good friends.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So how did you handle the pressure up there? Obviously handled it pretty well, coming away with a world record mean. But what were you thinking before that third solve, going through your mind, knowing that it's a very, very real possibility?
So I was like, I had no idea how anybody else was doing. So I was like, okay, I really want the world record mean, but I also want to win. So like, I don't know how slow or fast I should even go on this last solve, because I had literally no idea what anybody else was doing. So I tried just not being too risky with my turning to, make sure I followed through and got a success. So yeah, I'm just really, really happy about all this.
Yeah, obviously 3-blind an event where single is what determines your rank in the round, not the mean. So even if there was a really good scramble on the last one, someone else still could have beaten one of your previous solves and taken the win. So it's a real dichotomy of, do I go safe and get the world record mean that I know I'm so capable of,
All right,
or do
so
I
we
go all
only
out
have,
on the off chance it happens to be a good
finals
scramble?
for 3x3?
Exactly, yeah. I am
If
completely
you are
ecstatic
a 3x3
to have gotten
finalist,
both. These are like
come to
two
the
major goals I
backstage-
had going into the
stage.
comp, so
We will escort you.
I can't really
to the
put into
waiting
words how it
area,
feels right
which
now.
is not the
I'm
backstage.
sure it's still sinking in, but it
please
was
come to the
absolutely
backstage.
incredible to watch, and I'm sure it's got good replay value on the live stream as well.
Hey.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and this is a world record that's going to go down in World Championship history as one of the best.
Thank you so much.
Just before we let you go, check scrambles, because that is very,
Yeah.
very important. Is there any words that you would like to say to your fans back home, family, those who've helped you to get here?
Love you all. Thank you so much to everybody who's really helped to make this possible. My parents, my blinder friends,
Okay, we are
everybody,
getting ready
everybody
to
else.
start 3x3
really appreciate the
finals.
support.
Go
If
subscribe to Tommy on
you are
YouTube, follow him on
staff,
Instagram,
and if you
all
want
that
to
good stuff. We'll let you go
sit
check
in
his
the
scrambles
staff
now. Congratulations
priority
again.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Please come in to the staff area. If you are staff and you want to sit in the staff priority seating area,
Rainier,
please come
you were
in
sitting
now.
beside me that entire round. What were your thoughts on that?
Oh, that's so crazy. Like, him doing so well in big finals is so amazing to see because it's so difficult.
It's so difficult. I mean, we see it happen all the time that a lot of these top players, the pressure gets to them a little bit and then they just can't perform how they want to. But I'm absolutely sure that Tommy Cherry will be ecstatic with a mean of low 14.
Yeah.
He's beat it by over half a second.
Yep.
And clutched the World Championship title by nearly a full second as well over Philip Maxwell of Indonesia, breaking the Asian record, and then Liam Chen of the United States, one of Tommy's really good friends with a low 15:03.
Whew.
What a final.
What a final. And now there's a big one coming up.
Big one coming up. The biggest, in fact. The main event. This decides who your world champion is. Who wins the entire competition? This is going to be unreal to watch. We've got some fireworks on the way. So let's run up the list here. So in 16th place, Dwayne Ramos of New Zealand. We've seen him in the one-handed final. Also a very good Skewb solver. He is your reigning Oceanic champion from last year, beating Felix Zemdegs in that final. So it'd be good to see how he goes for this one. One of our few Ru solvers in this final. In fact, the only Ru solver in the final as far as I'm aware.
Isn't in. And then in 15th place, Shunguk Nam,
The hometown hero, homeboy.
Yeah.
It'd be good to see if he can deliver in front of such a loyal crowd to him.
Oh yeah, it will
from
be
the
under
Republic of
pressure.
Korea. We'll be under a lot of pressure from the home crowd, but he performs under pressure.
Yeah.
So it's hoping that he can pull off something similar here.
Yep.
Following that up, our next pairing is 14th, Luke Garrett of the United States, finishing quite a fair way down from where we predicted he would have been.
Yeah, he counted in higher 6, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, it doesn't help, especially when your PR average is a low 5. Getting a 6.4 isn't where we expected to see Luke, but he is in the final, so that's what we expect. And then he will be up against Asher Kim McGarrick of the United States, former North American record holder for 3x3 single.
Yep.
The first sub-4 from North America. And then Philip Via in 12th, the defending world champion. Been world champion for the last 4 years. He's here to defend that title if he possibly can.
He's one of the few European guys who stepped it up in the semifinals because a lot of European guys were out in semifinals. It's crazy to see. Next up, we have...
Actually, before we move on from Philip, that average had a DNF in it. So he was able to clutch up under pressure. He DNF'd on the second solve.
If you are a
and then was
3x3
still able to
finalist,
count something
please
good.
come to the backstage.
So 11th place, both on Zhang from China. He got a 6.38 average.
The Chinese competitors are a bit of a wild card here. We obviously saw them in the Nations Cup. However, we haven't seen much of them in the 3x3 rounds, and they're a bit of an unknown quantity in terms of how they can perform under pressure.
Well, yesterday, we saw in Nation Cup how well China was doing under pressure.
Yeah, well, China obviously taking the win in the long run, but it took a long time for any of them to get defeated. It just so happened that they showed up in the later rounds, and 2 of them were placed against each other.
Yep.
And then, unfortunately, the other Chinese team could not make it through.
Yep.
Up next, Kyle Santucci of Canada. He's a bit of a wild card as well. He can pull off a good average in a pressure situation when needs be. He podiumed at the US Nationals, came 3rd if I do recall correctly. So he can perform well in big competitions under massive amounts of pressure. Next we have Alexei Svetkov. I don't know quite a lot about this guy, do you?
No, he got a national record. I actually never heard of him before this one, but...
Reserve seats. Please bring your spectators with you to the backstage.
But yeah, he did really well in the semifinals. I mean, imagine getting national record in your semifinals.
Yeah, well, PRing in the semifinals is a massive way of doing getting into the finals, and I'm sure he'll be happy to represent Russia. Yufang Du of China, another one of the unknowns. He hasn't attended that many competitions, if I do recall correctly, but a 6.25 average for him. He'll be another one of that Chinese unit that's very, very interesting to watch.
And he started out with a 7.5, so he also put the pressure on himself.
Yeah, and well, I guess it's practice for the finals, isn't it? You've got to perform well under pressure, so may as well get a bad solve on the first one to simulate that. 7th place, Brennan Lin of Canada, the Canadian national record holder for 2x2 and 3x3. Lovely fella. Again, another one of those competitors who's put a bit of pressure on himself in the semi-finals. Started off well at 6.8, but then after that, an 8-second solve.
Oh, wow.
And still managed to hold it together and make it into the finals, a top 10 seed.
In 6th place, we have Yuzi Wang from China, again. Also PRing in the 3rd round, semi-finals, 6.02 average. He also started off with an 8.7, so he's also one of the same Chinese guys.
There's a common theme of maybe handicapping yourself a little bit, just to simulate that pressure. Maybe they have an upper hand in that regard in this final.
Yeah. Next up,
place, big gun.
You want to say it?
Max Park.
United States with a 5.79 average. The first guy to qualify with a sub-6 average.
A 5.79?
Oh, yeah. He only got 5s, and then in the end, we probably knew he would be in, and then I got a 6.4. But doing like perfectly under pressure in the semifinals.
Yeah. He is your US national champion and also the new world record 3x3 single holder. And he is one of your big picks to take home the title. In 4th place, Timon Koloshinsky. He has taken home a couple of world champion titles this competition in 4x4 and 6x6.
Yep.
And so I'm sure he'd love to add 3x3 to that collection. And maybe
some more.
Maybe some more. He has a habit of performing under pressure, and the solutions that he comes up with in his solves, he might just be able to see something beyond what the others are able to see, and maybe, just maybe, come away with something good.
Yep.
Getting on to our podium qualifiers now.
3rd place, Mehdi Ryota Inaba from the United States, qualifying with a 5.51 average. He also started off pretty slow, a bit the same as most of the guys, 6.01, and then pulled out a few 5s and a 4 in a row to qualify in a really good place.
And qualifying with a mid-5 average, so nothing to sneeze at all. And then your top 2 seeds, the 2 big guns from China. In 2nd place, we have Ruihang Xu, the former world record holder back in 2021. Not one of these people, he's one of these people who started off kind of not great and then brought it back. But he's qualified with a low 5 average, 5.31, so kind of in that mid to low 5 range. Should be able to pull out something good. And then joining him, the new face on the scene, the world record average holder, qualifying almost half a second quicker with a 4.84 world championship record average, Yiheng Wang of China. No understating that this guy could go into it, take it all, and do it comfortably.
And on the 3rd solve, he had a cube drop. It took him at least a second, so he could have had 4 4s in the semifinals.
Wowee. But as it is, he qualified with a 4.9, 4.6, and then 6, 4.3, and 5 flat. So despite that cube drop on the 3rd solve, really held it together for the last couple of solves. If he's able to pull out anything similar, he's going to take it home.
He's definitely the favorite, right?
I don't see anybody else taking it home if he's able to replicate what he did in that third round.
Yeah, Yihang seems like above the average. Yeah,
by far.
All
right, guys, drop your predictions in chat. We've laid out our 2 cents on the table. Who do you think's going to take it all? Give us your winners. Give us your top 3s.
Maybe also some time predictions.
Would like to see some time predictions. What do you think will podium? What do you think will win?
Chat seems divided between United States, China, and Europe. So low 5s, people think you'll need to win.
Setting up for 3x3 finals now. The stage beginning to take shape. This is what we've seen at all of the major championships. Last Worlds in Melbourne. This is where it all comes down to. This is where champions are made. Who's it going to be?
And in view, you see a lot of staff members who helped the competition out throughout the weekend. We had a total of more than 300 staff members. And of course, they get the best seats during the finals.
Oh yeah, you'll see a sea of staff over here, including a few Australian jackets, a few of them just too proud to take them off. But staff, they've worked so tirelessly this entire competition, it's only fair that they get the best seats in the house. The second best seats, however, hopefully yours at home.
If you just joined the stream, we're waiting until we start 3x3 finals for the World Championships 2023 Rubik's Cube.
That's right, it's going to be an exciting one. No matter what happens, it's going to be an exciting one, I think. We're going to see definitely a lot of fast times.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Ilkyu.
안녕하세요.
Thank you all for coming to Rubik's WCA World Championships 2023 in Republic of Korea. We are happy to have all you guys here. Probably should say our sponsors, Rubik's World Cube Association, Cube Nana, Korea Tourism Organization, Incheon Tourism Organization, and also Incheon Metropolitan City. And of course, we are Korea Cube Culture United, and it's an honor to have all of you guys here.
안녕하세요. 저희 루빅스 WCA 월드 챔피언십 2023 한국에서 열리는 세계 대회에 와주셔서 정말 감사합니다. 저희는 여러 후원사들로 인해서 대회가 진행되고 있습니다. 저희와 루빅스, WCA, 그리고 한국관광공사, 인천관광공사, 큐브난나 등 여러 후원사들의 도움으로 대회를 진행하고 있습니다.
We will start the finals of the main event, 3x3, very soon. But before that, we would like to make sure there are no accidents happening. So we would appreciate it very much if you take a seat. If there's a chair nearby, please take a seat. Also, please be considerate of people around you. Do not suddenly try to stand up. We are trying to be very careful so nobody gets hurt and the final gets done safe and sound.
곧 이어서 333 결승전을 곧 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그 전에 안전을 위해서 일어나 계신 분들은 의자로 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 뒷사람들을 위해서 최대한 일어나지 마시고 안전에 유의하셔서 조금만 더 기다려주시면 333 결승전을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
저희 시작하기 전에 잠깐 동영상 하나 보시고 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Sorry, I was supposed to speak in English. Before we start, we'd like to show a short clip asking, a fun short clip, and 3x3 finals will start right after the clip. Thank you.
I think that Mati Hiroto.
I think Timon Kalasinski.
티몬 콜란시스키 선수가 될 것 같아요.
Timon is the winner. I think Timon will be the winner.
이행왕 선수가 1등할 것 같습니다.
이형이요.
I think Iheng is gonna win 3x3. 이행왕.
Iheng. If not Iheng, it'll be me. So yeah.
Max Park. Max Park?
Max Park?
I think Max Park will be the winner on the.
Max Park will be the champion of.
맥스 팍이 우승할 것 같습니다. 맥스 팍이요.
The winner will be Max Park. 선익남. 남승현 선수가 할 거라고 저는 믿고 있습니다. 미스터 남이 할 것 같습니다. 승혁.
저요. It's me.
Luke Carrot. Luke Carrot.
정말 잘하십니다.
쌈수시 선수.
flash photography on, please take a moment to check your cell phones and your cameras. Thank you.
Here in your commentary booth, it's Jode Brewster.
That is me. And I'm joined by the luscious
Chris Mills.
We have quite the final coming up.
All right,
ahead.
let's start. In 16th place, we have Dwayne Ramos.
Dwayne Ramos getting a 6.56 average in the last round, seeding him 16th coming into the final. A big upset. No one expected any New Zealanders to make the final. Where is he?
In 15th place, we have Seunghyuk Nam.
Seunghyuk Nam, 15th place, the crowd favorite. The crowd is going absolutely wild right now.
Dwayne is known for his entrances, so maybe he's making a surprise entrance now.
There he is, Dwayne Ramos, current New Zealand national record holder for average, almost beating it in the last round, but still good enough to make the finals. And there is Seunghyuk Nam, a massive cheer from the crowd, waving the Republic of Korea flag. Dwayne Ramos will solve first. Had a rough one-handed finals, but hopefully he can compose himself and pull off some fast times in the 3x3 finals. This is the biggest stage he has ever been on, and it is honestly astonishing he made it here.
Well, judging by the performance at his last large competition, the Oceanic Championships in December last year, he performed very well under the pressure and actually managed to beat Felix Zemdegs in that round. So let's see how he handles himself in this situation.
Seunghyuk Nam, the runner-up in 2017. Can he redeem himself this year in his home country? Dwayne just getting some warm-up in. Receiving his first scramble now. Dwayne will solve first, and then we'll move on to Seunghyuk Nam.
Whenever you're ready.
Dwayne, a little bit confused what's going on.
Can't hear through the hoodie.
Trying to make sure everything is set up before he starts inspection. Here we go. Dwayne uses Rue, so we'll pick a different solution to, I believe, all of the other competitors. Smooth start. And a clean solve.
Composing himself very well for that first time.
No flash photography,
6.59.
please. No flash photography. Right there. Thank you.
Dwayne's national record average for New Zealand for 3x3 is 6.51. To start off at a World's Finals of 6.59 is incredible. Now, on to Seunghyuk Nam. had some issues controlling nerves at the US Nationals just a few weeks ago. Let's see how he copes here.
Going for a green cross, it seems. Looking like a very quick F12 onto PLL, and that's a 5.57. Great start for Songdo.
Crowd goes wild.
The energy in this room right now is crazy.
Quite slow turning at the start there, but he kept himself composed, knew he just needed to find a good solution, trusted in his abilities, and it worked out. Dwayne straight on to his second solve, starting with a 6.5, looking like he's found a good first block. A fast start. A good second block. Locky CMLL, LSE, and a 699.
He doesn't seem very happy with that, but that's a great second solve. All right, Sunghook Nam coming off of a 5.57. Can he keep this up?
At US Nationals just a few weeks ago, we saw him get back-to-back fast fives after already counting a slow solve. So we know that if he's in the right mindset, he can pull off some fast times, but he just can't focus on the win and just has to focus on his solving.
Looks like there are some good blocks on this solve. Going for the red cross. Oh, moving very quickly onto OLL, PLL. And that's a 6.62.
Very solid second solve. Dwayne's second solve was a 699. Just seems as if the software we're using has rounded up. Dwayne making sure his hair is looking good. Very stylish man. He's got his priorities right.
Exactly.
Here we go. Third solve. Great start so far.
Ooh, bit of a locky start there.
Ah. Ooh. Disappointed with that one. Almost seemed like he gave up and then missed the timer. But still, it's 2 6s and a 10. This average can still be fast.
Okay, Songhook Nam just preparing himself.
Doing pretty solidly so far. If he keeps this up, he could be on track for a low 6 average.
Opting for the yellow cross. Bit of locks there. Oh, and a shaky PLL. That's a 7.55.
Definitely felt the nerves on that solve. Not the classic smooth turning we see from Nam. The nerves causing shakes, causing lockups. Dwayne, fourth solve. Got 2 decent and 1 bad. Shushing the crowd. Off he goes.
Oh, rocky start.
Solid. If Dwayne gets his best solve on the last, he'll get a 691 average. But because of that 10, if he gets a bad one, he could get an 8.1 average. 691 average would be very solid to start off the World Championships. But first, we've got Seunghook Nam's fourth solve. Do we think Nam is going to be able to come back from that shaky solve and return with his normal, clean turning that we love to see?
I think he's going to need to give himself a minute before starting the solve, because you would not be relaxed after the start that he's had.
And with the crowd we have here.
It can go very well or very bad. This is one of his deciding solves.
Here we go. Starting inspection on his fourth solve. Looking like he's opting for a blue cross, wiping the sweat off his hands.
Should have used a weld's towel. Oh. And this is, a +2. That's on 8.74 for Seunghook Nam.
His best possible average is 6.58. His worst possible is 7.64.
Dwayne's last solve with a best possible average of 6.91 and a worst possible of 8.14. Let's see what he can pull out.
Clean start. Lock a big pause for the second block. CMLL. LSC absolutely rapid, but an 8.6. Dwayne Ramos is going to finish.
7.58 average for Dwayne. Currently putting him into the lead. Seunghook Nam, even with the worst possible average, will beat this.
Actually, Seunghook Nam's worst possible average is 7.64.
Sorry, I misread.
But I think in his head, he knows it's already over. So this, if any, is when we will see him solve with that perfect turning we always talk about. Here we go, opting for a white cross.
Oh, bit of lock on the beginning of the F12. Fluid through the rest. Oh, and a wipe him. And he's going to get an 8.55.
Giving him a 7.57 average.
Oh.
So just beating Dwayne by 0.01. Both competitors there starting quite well and then feeling the nerves.
Going to offer some support to each other.
Big cheer for both competitors, especially Seunghook Nam being a crowd favorite. A wave to the crowd. What a moment. So our next two competitors are both from the USA. We've got Luke Garrett in 14th seed and Ashakim Ajarik in 14th seed.
In 14th place, we have Luke Garrett.
Big cheer for Luke.
Luke Garrett has a 5.03 official 3x3 average. So we can expect some big things from him in this final.
Luke placing second at US Nationals just a few weeks ago. Let's see if he can replicate that performance today. If he shows up. Here he comes.
Pulling his face, letting us know his reaction to the information.
In 13th place, we have Asher Kim Magrek.
14th seed, Asher. Also from the US.
Well known for his 3.89 official sub 4 solve on 3x3, which at the time placed him third in the world. There he is. Surprisingly, no warm-up cube on Asher.
Predictions?
I think we're going to see something pretty spectacular from Luke Garrett in this final. Hopefully some sub-5 solves.
I can see it happening.
I'm not sure how well Asher will perform under this pressure. He has been in these high-pressure situations a few times before, so hopefully he won't crumble.
Luke preparing himself for the first solve of the WCA World Championships 2023. Leading the pack at the moment after two people have finished their averages is Seung-Hook Nam with a 7.57 average. Very clean start. Rocketing through this.
And that's a 5.32.
Already the fastest solve of the World Championship Finals.
Seems as though that might be a good scramble, as Seung-Hook Nam also got a 5.57 on that scramble.
Let's see if Asher can find a similar solution and make the best of this scramble.
Few logs from Asher. Oh, looking like a similar solution to Luke. 7.3.
Lots of rotations during that F2L, not quite finding the flow. Luke starting extremely well. Can he keep this up?
Opting for a red cross, same as Seung-Hook Nam on this solve. Moving very quickly. Oh, wow. Oh, and that is 5.27. Very consistent from Luke Garrett.
He is amazed at how he's performing so far. Both those solves have had flawless turning, it seems. Absolutely in the zone. I noticed that Luke nodded his head in inspection. He found something good and he knew he was going to get a good time.
Ash Kim moving pretty quickly. Oh, and an all-L skip. That's a 5.39. Great solve for Asher. He's happy with that.
Both competitors with lightning fast turning on that second solve. Can Luke Garrett keep this up? I want to believe he can.
Both of our competitors in the last matchup did quite badly on this scramble, so hopefully we can see something really good from Luke.
Scanning around the cube, not really finding much.
Settling for another red cross. Oh, bit of trouble at the beginning. Ooh, and that's a 6.16.
Solid. That's good.
It's okay.
It looked like he was uncertain with his solution, pausing within the first few moves, but then turning up the speed and turning fast. Luke Garrett very satisfied with his solving so far. Look up on that second pair.
Does he know the ZB? Oh, he's cancelling into the PLL 6.69.
Shake of the head. He knew that could have been faster. But still, 6.6. Pretty solid. I reckon if Luke Garrett gets his fastest solve on one of these last two, he could be in with a chance for a podium.
Possibly even a win.
Eyebrow raised at this scramble. You must think it's good.
Oh, moving. Oh, does he know? Oh, oh no.
But a 598.
5.98. Oh.
Didn't opt to do the UZBLL, but still 598, locking in.
Very, very good.
A 582 average, worst possible. He's absolutely stoked with that.
Best possible average of 5.52.
He is so relieved. He knows that he's already pulled a massive average out of the bag, and he can still improve it.
Asher opting for the same cross color. Oh, lots of trouble there. He knows the ZB though. 5.96. Beating
Very
Luke.
Easy last layer case there. Hence the shrug. He knew that could have been faster. Luke Garrett, best possible average. If he gets his fastest solve right now, he'll finish with a 5.52 average. But if he gets his worst, he already has a 5.82 average, which he can walk away proud of. Opting for a blue cross, it looks like. Trying to find his first few pairs. Good turning. OLL.
Oh! 6.17, giving him a 5.82 worst possible average. Still putting him strongly in the lead as we go on to Asher's last solve.
What a phenomenal average from Luke Garrett. But he knew that could have been faster. But I think he's still going to be happy. He's trying to find out if he's in the lead right now, which he comfortably is. But let's see what Asher can get. Best possible average, 6.01.
Oh, very fast turning from Asher. Oh, bit of locks. And that's a 6.24.
Very solid average, 6.30. So, Luke Garrett comfortably taking the lead by almost half a second with a 5.82 average, and Asher currently placing second with a 6.3. However, we've still got 12 competitors left.
Oh, they're getting the perfect dap.
Both Asher and Luke, very good friends, and having a bit of fun after competing on the biggest stage in speed cubing history.
You might even be able to hear around the venue people are trying to get the perfect dap as well. If you're with someone at home, try and get the perfect dap with them. If you're alone in bed because it's late at night,
12th place, we have Philippe Weyer.
Philipp Weyer, the current 3x3 world champion. Some thought he might not make the finals this year, but he has. Can he prove that he's still
Round of
relevant
applause,
4
please.
years after being crowned the world champion in Melbourne?
Philipp Weyer did hold the European record average at one point with 6.06 before the reign of Timon.
And in 11th.
Here he is with his friend the Sloth. Ready to solve.
In 11th place, we have Bofan Zhang.
Bofan improving a lot in the last year. Part of the China team that won Nations Cup just last night, throwing down some incredible times on an intense stage. Yet to achieve a sub-6 average, but he could do it right here, right now. Both Bofan and Philipp Weyer have a PR average of 6.06. This couldn't get any closer. Philipp solving first. Opting for white, as he always does. Clean turning.
Very smooth.
$6.51 for Philipp. Can Bofan match that or get faster?
Bofan has incredibly fast turning. So even if it's not the most efficient solution, he'll be able to execute it extremely quickly. Oh, bit of trouble. 7.72. He's not very happy with that.
At Worlds 2019 in Melbourne, Philipp was far from the favourite. But maybe because of that, it helped him get the times he needed. He had no idea he won, and it was a massive shock to everyone. Let's see if he can repeat that this year. Not a good second solve, and a fumble at the end.
Ooh, 8.31.
Bofan starting his second solve. First solve was a 7.7 where he locked up quite a lot. Not the usual turning we see.
Very quick start. Oh, already on. Whoa, 4.5 from Bofan Zane.
The fastest solve in the World Championship finals so far.
He was finished F2L before 3 seconds.
Then he did an 8 ZBLL. That was insane.
How much does this kid know?
The first sub-5 of the finals. And it was a 4.5. Can Philipp match that on his third solve?
Shaky start. And that's a 7.66 for Philipp Weyer.
I think we can comfortably say that Philipp is probably already thinking this average is over. I'm sure he would have just been happy to make it and at least have a chance at defending his title. Bofan started with a slow solve, but brought it back with the fastest solve of the finals so far. Let's see what he gets on the third.
Best time so far on this scramble is a 6.16. Extremely fluid. Oh, and a big lock, but an OL skip, giving him a 6.31. Very unhappy with that.
He knew that could have been faster. Locked up when he realized he could get that OLL skip, and then not the best Y-perm. But still, with a 4.5 and a 6.3, this average could go either way. 7.7 looming over him from earlier on in the average.
Philip looking at one of the better scrambles of this final.
Philip opting for yellow. This is very rare for him.
And an N-perm, 7.65.
Philip is known for only doing white, so the fact he chose yellow there is very surprising. Just got news that that 450 by Bofan was his personal record by 0.01.
Wow.
That is absolutely insane to get a personal record single on the biggest stage in WCA history.
Okay, this solve will let us know how the rest of the average will go. What can Bofan pull out? Great start. Oh, into the OLL and PLL. That's a 5.71. Giving him a best possible average of 5.51 and a worst possible of 6.58. So no matter what, he is going into third after this round.
Philip's last solve now. For Bofan to take the lead, he needs a 5.4 or better. Very doable, but can he hold his nerve? Bofan only 8 years old. The fact that he's competing with Philip Via and everybody else in this final, who are probably some who are twice his height, is insane. Can he pull off the surprise, the upset?
Here we go. 5.4 or better required to take the lead.
Luke Garrett is probably on the edge of his seat right now.
Oh, locks. Oh, and that's not going to be a 5.4, but that will be a 6.15.
Giving him a 6.06 average, tying his personal record.
As well as Philip's personal record.
And Philip tied his personal record just last month.
Wow. Lots of consistency between these two. And breaking his PR by only 0.01 of a second.
What a crazy round. Not quite sure what's going on here. Not quite sure what's going on here. We'll let you know as soon as we do. Looks like we're going to hear now from Ilkyu.
We are giving Bo-Fan Jang a provisionary extra just to make sure. Just to be safe, Nothing is set in stone, but we are giving him a...
Very confusing announcement from Ilkyu.
I will explain it later after the final decision has been made.
All right, we're not quite sure what solve this could be replacing, but hopefully he can calm down and solve at his peak. Incredible solve. And a 535.
5.35. We're not sure what solve that would provisionally replace. So unfortunately, we can't give you what his average would be. We are currently just waiting on a decision from the delegates.
You guys have as good an idea as we do on what has just transpired. Good sportsmanship from Philip Vire, respecting his opponent.
Okay, in 10th place, we have Kyle Stanchi.
All right, I guess we are moving on. As soon as we know the results of Bofang's possible provisional extra, we will let you know. Anyway, 10th seed Kyle Santucci, tied second fastest in Canada. Kyle placed third overall at US Nationals just 2 weeks ago after a disappointing performance in the Canadian Champs
In
Finals.
9th place, we have Alexei Svetkov.
Breaking a national record average of 6.25 in the last round. Hopefully we can see some good results from Alexei Svetkov.
Kyle from Canada is known for his insane TPS. Most of the time, opting for a TPS-friendly solution, relying on those speedy fingers to get him through the solve as quickly as possible. Looks like he's going for maybe a white cross here. Fast start. Doing a ZBLL and a 607, and that is good. Looking quite relieved with that solve. Alexei preparing for his first solve now. Set a national record in the last round. Let's see if he can top it now.
Opting for the white cross, it seems, for Alexei.
Actually,
oh, that.
Is he doing Roo?
He does Roo.
I had no idea he was a Rue solver.
Possibly he's a CFOP solver that thought the scramble works for Rue.
I
Just wanted to give it a go.
doubt it in a World Championship finals.
To be fair, I have not watched him solve before, so could not tell
Neither
you.
have I. All right, Kyle onto his second solve. Starting solidly with the 607. Going for white again. I believe
Very
he always
fluid
does.
start. Going very well. And that is a 6.57.
Few lockups on that last layer, but still a very solid time. Alexei preparing for his second solve. Starting with a 9, which is not what he would have hoped for, getting a 6.25 average in the last round. Let's see if he actually does do Rue.
He does Rue.
Yeah.
That's 7.03.
Very solid LSE. Making use of those MU moves and avoiding any lockups. Kyle's third solve. Good turning. Onto last layer. OLL, PLL, very clean. 572.
Looks very happy with. Jinx.
Guess you're commentating for the rest of this round.
Third solve for Alexei. A bit of a rough start for him with a 9.03 and 7.03. So hopefully he can pull it together for this third solve. Also, Kyle's third solve was the fastest solve on the third scramble so far this final.
So Alexei and Dwayne both opting for using the Rue method in this final. Dwayne seems to be the faster user so far. Let's see if Alexei can pull it back. Lots of moves and a 7.4. It was definitely an upset for Alexei to make this final, so he's probably just extremely happy to be here and experience this massive stage.
Definitely. All right, Kyle's fourth solve. He's been quite consistent so far.
If he keeps this up, he could rank in the top 3 for the competitors that have competed so far.
Ooh, very good start. Oh, and that's a 5.3.
Kyle Santucci with a 5.7 best possible average, which would be a Canadian national record.
And a worst possible average of 6.12, which would put him right into third currently.
For Kyle to tie the Canadian national record, he would need a 5.98.
Very doable for Kyle.
Or a 5.95 or better to take the title off Bill Wang.
All right, Alexei's fourth solve. Ooh, and a 7.58.
Alexei has been nailing LSE, which is the last step of Rue, but he's been really struggling with the first 2 steps, solving those right and left blocks. Right, Kyle. Current PR average is 593. The current Canadian national record average is 592 by Bill Wang. Can he take it back?
Fluid starts to solve. Bit of luck. And, unfortunately, he won't take the national record.
But a 612 average.
Putting him in third currently, behind Luke Garrett and Bofan Zhang. Alexei looking at best possible average of 7.36 and a worst possible of 8.02.
Kyle having a best possible average of sub Canadian national record in both this final and US Nationals final. Not quite managing to clutch up either times, but still getting a solid average.
Lots of blocks on this scramble, so hopefully it will work well for Rue.
Fast turning.
Ooh. And that's 6.01. He's happy with that.
Getting him a best possible average of 7.36, being the fastest rower of this final. Currently placed 6th. All right, that's going to be it for Jode and myself. We're now going to pass you over to Michael Tripodi and Erik Akkersdijk, who will take you through the rest of the finals.
Good luck to the rest of the competitors.
Next two competitors. In 8th place, we have Yufang Du. All right, Yufang Du. Big round of applause, please.
Hello there, everybody.
Yo, 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 Michael. I'm
What's
so
happening?
psyched. What? I have literal goosebumps right now. This music is making it even worse.
Yeah, imagine if you guys, how are you guys feeling at home, man? Because in person, this is just absolutely unreal to see. We've seen an excellent average from Luke Garrett to begin. Bofan Zhang, a new PR average as well. There's some really fast times heading up the top 3. 6.12 from Carl Santucci puts him into 3rd place. That's what's required to put yourself on the podium right now.
That's right, that's right. So here is our first contestant of this matchup. 8th place, Yufang Du from China. He's up against Brennan Lin. You all know him from Canada.
In 7th place, we have Brennan Lin.
There he is. Oh, Canada.
Brennan Lin.
Oh, Canada. Has anyone seen Brennan? Please?
We're waiting for him to emerge. The big Canadian boy.
A big entrance.
He's got to time it just right.
I'm expecting something big right now. He must have something in mind for us. Brennan! Come on!
There he is! Oh, what an entrance!
Slight anticlimax there.
That's fine.
He's like, nah, it's fine. I'm gonna let you guys wait.
Yeah. Wanted to say hello to all 2,700 of you watching the live stream right now.
Hello,
You're in for some quality cubing. We've seen some quality cubing done already, but the best is yet to come. I'm sure of it.
That's right, that's right. So we have had the first half of the contestants in this finals, the first 8 competitors. We are looking now to start the last half of them with seeds 7 and 8 going up against each other. The tension is building even further.
Now, Yufeng Du came into this competition a bit of a dark horse. Let me tell you something about Yufeng Du.
Please
He's
do.
only competed in 3x3, and this is his 3rd WCA competition.
No way. That's a good start. Whoa. Yes. 552. Wipe him on the end. He seemed to be done with F12 very quickly.
It was very fluid solving, that was. Just kind of got stuck into it and finishes up with a 552. That's a good start for him, putting him in a good spot.
That's right, that's right.
Brennan Lin will be hoping for more of the same here.
Let's see what he chooses. Also starting on white. Oh, well.
It's a little bit lucky on there. 7.44.
7.44 is not the best of starts.
It's not comparable to the start that Yufeng Du has had here.
For those that are new to speed cubing, we have an average of 5 solves. That means that your best and your worst solve don't count. We're only going to average the middle 3 solves. So let's hope for Brennan this first 7.44 will be his worst solve. For Yufeng Du, I mean, imagine that's his worst solve. That would be an average.
Can you imagine? It would put him comfortably in first. Tell you what, Luke Garrett
Right.
currently in pole position at 5.82. And Yufeng Du starting with a 5.52.
I really like his turning.
Very fluid turning. This is fast as well.
Yes. The smooth and slow turning.
Smooth as butter.
Aesthetically pleasing.
We haven't seen much of this kid. As we said before, this is his 3rd competition and he's in the World Championship
Yeah.
finals.
How
He's
could
got a
we?
very signature style to him.
Almost like Sun Yuk Nam, he's also very controlled, taking it smooth and slow. Look ahead. Whoa! Yeah! That is the fastest time in the final so far with a 4.47 from Brennan Lin. What a solve.
Not by much. Not the fastest solve by much. 4.47 from Brennan. That's a very, very nice solve indeed.
Smiles all over. Yufeng Du getting ready, using his warm-up solve, using his hand warmers to get ready. Inspecting the cube. There's 15 seconds to inspect your cube. And then you have to go. Now look at that style. Picking up the cube slowly and controlled. No mistakes there. F2 is already done. OLL and the PLL is done as well.
This kid's just an incredible solver to watch. This is a breath of fresh air. You can even see the contrast between Brennan. Yufeng opts for a more fluid, calm turning style in the F2L, and Brennan Lin very aggressive, very sharp turning.
I would almost say that Yufeng's style is more mature, you know?
It is. It's not something that you'd expect to see, especially considering some of his countrymen that have come out recently
right.
that have more of Brennan's style, but to more of an extreme.
I wouldn't say Brennan's style is choppy, but it's certainly not smooth. This solve isn't all too great either, 902. That makes his first solve, the 744, a counting solve for his average.
It looked like Brennan messed up his cross there, just in OLL, fixing the opposite edges that he had placed.
Now this next 4th solve will tell us all about what his possible best and worst averages it's going to be. The 4th solve, always very important. After 3 solves, it's often not. It's often too early to say something about your average yet. We'll know in less than 20 seconds, probably less than 10 seconds. Now less than 5 seconds.
Such a calm pickup. Just the fluid style. It continues to amaze. Just a little bit of a lock up there on the OLL. This isn't up to scratch. A 7.35 for him. That is his worst so far.
So that means that his best possible average is a 577, a worst possible average of 643. It's a big range, so a lot will depend on his fifth solve. But before we're gonna see what his average is, Brennan is gonna do his fourth solve. Choosing yellow, as most cubers have on the fourth, even Philip.
There must be some kind of allure to the yellow cross on that scramble for even Philip, who is a very stalwart white cross solver.
That's right.
To switch.
Brennan's best possible average is a 613. The worst 765 with that 904 in there. Now we're going to see Yufang's average. It's possible that he will take first spot if he makes that 538 counting, for example.
It's also possible that he misses the podium entirely with his worst possible average.
Well, it's possible they will miss the entire podium regardless. There's still many people to come, obviously. But Luke Garrett with this 582 at the moment in the lead. Some slight lockups there. OLL has finished quickly, though.
Beautiful.
585. Good job.
Beautiful solving. Very, very fluid first two layers, and then the spam turns per second goes way up.
His average is a 593, though. That puts him right behind Luke Garrett. Solid performance for Yufang Du. It is third WCA competition.
I still can't believe those words are coming out of my mouth. It's his third competition.
And he's so young still.
In cubing, he's wise beyond his years. Very, very calm. We look at Brennan Lin's final solve now.
Spamming some TPS, 637. Clocking in an average of 676.
676 will place him sixth from the competitors we've seen so far.
All smiles for Brennan.
Round of applause, please.
Great sportsmanship there. Well done by both of them. And we're moving on to the next head-to-head.
In sixth place, we have Yuzo Wang.
Now we've just seen Yufang Du tearing up the stage, putting himself in second place for the time being. But now we see Yuzhe Wang, another one of the Chinese competitors in this final round. Also a bit of an unknown quantity.
He has been performing admirably in the previous rounds. He has done, he's improved himself all the time. He started off first round 3x3 with a 680 average, and then the second round 624 average, which was a PR. And in the third round, he improved even more with a 602. Let's see if he can improve his performance and do another personal record in the finals. That would be nice for him.
In fifth place, we have Max Park.
Big names starting to come out now. Max Park, the 3x3 single world record holder. By far one of the favorites entering this competition to at least finish in the top three. He's seated himself fifth coming into this round. And you'll listen to the round of applause that as he comes out onto the main stage.
Max started off strongly in the first round with a 517 average, which was super consistent, clocking in at third place. Second round was a bit worse with 590, placing second. But in the third round, he improved again with 579. He came in fifth because he is the fifth seed now. Max, I mean, what can we expect from Max?
We've seen a couple of shaky performances from Max, but when he's on his game, he's hard to stop. That's the Max we're hoping we can see today.
Max on fire is unstoppable. I totally agree. Max is
Where is
letting
Max?
us wait as well, just as Brennan.
He's making sure his entrance is well worth it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I don't mind waiting a few more seconds if Max Park is the one coming through the curtains. There he is. Huge reaction from the crowd. Big crowd favorite. Smiles on his face as well. After that reaction, great to see.
But now he gets in the zone. It's down to business now. We see Yu Wang just beginning inspection on his first. That's pretty fluid turning. Done OLL before 4 seconds. It's a 5.2 to start. What a way to begin. That's the fastest we've seen on this first scramble.
Doesn't seem phased at all by it. Stays concentrated, signs off, and waits for his next cube while Max Park is getting ready for his first solve.
He's another one of our competitors that hasn't been to very many WCA competitions.
That's right.
This is his 7th, if I believe.
Not bad, not bad. I'm sure he'll go to more after this one. He even made it to the finals of the World Championship.
And starting off very strongly.
I mean, once you taste that final adrenaline, that's all you want. Keep getting more and more hungry until you finally reach that top place.
Max Park off to the races, very quick turning. Quite pauseless. OLL done before 4. It's a 5.04!
That is the best start on the first scramble we have seen so far. The fastest time on the first scramble, 5.04. That puts him in a very nice spot. Best way to start off a final.
It was hard to believe that we'd see Jode not having the fastest solve on that first scramble, a 5.2, but it's just been eclipsed by Mac Park, getting the 5.04.
Now, let's see how our young competitor responds.
It's fluid as well.
Oh, some lucky last pair. 6.52.
But it's EBLL. Max Park put himself in a really good position here. That 5.04 is going to be very, very handy. A reminder, the current first place average is of Luke Garrett, 14th seed coming into this finals. Well behind where he possibly should have been, but nonetheless pulled out a 5.82 average. We're expecting something similar from Max. Second solve. It's fast, just a couple of rotations to solve the F12. Ola onto PLL.
Oh.
5.42.
Not the fastest time we've seen on this scramble. We've already seen 2 sub-5s on this scramble by both Brennan and Bofeng Zhang. But a 5.42 is a great continuation for this final average.
And that is likely going to be a counting solve. And that's exactly what you're looking for. Getting yourself off to a good start with 2 mid and low 5-second solves.
Ah, whoa. Very quick ZBLL.
Yeah. Opting instead not to do soon in PLL.
I think it was just the normal COLL that you do for that case.
Either way, it was recognized and executed very, very quickly. A 5.28. So now they're both counting quite solid solves. We'll have to see what Max can cook up on his third. But Jode Wang counting a 5.28. Very, very good spot for him to be in.
All right, I'm going to predict. I'm going to say 475.
475.
Any takes?
For me personally?
Yeah.
I think he's going to solve it.
No. Wow, that would be something, isn't it?
Yeah, he continues laying down good times. 5.69.
Very nice solve. There was a big lockup in between for his standards, but a 569 is still very solid.
I tell you what, these two competitors on stage right now are putting themselves in very, very good stead. Luke Garrett's 582 is looking under threat to be eclipsed for the lead by both of them.
So I'm going to say you predicted correctly. He did solve it.
I tend to be pretty bang on with my predictions.
Whoa, this is fast. Oh, bad last layer cases low. That's E-Perm. That E-Perm really messed up the time. 609.
The solve started off so well, but just got burdened by a couple of unlucky cases in that last layer. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. He's counting a 609.
So his best possible average, Yuzhe Wang, is 552. And the worst possible is only a 596. So he already has a sub-6 average in the finals. And that is a PB for him already.
How are these young competitors performing so well for themselves in the finals? We already have Bofan Zhang setting a PR average of 606.
They just soak up the pressure and put it to use.
All that nervous energy has to go somewhere. Max Fluid. This looks good. ZBLL. 454! The crowd exploding. So Max Park is now counting a 504 and a 542. This best possible average
is 5 flat. His worst possible average is a 538, already putting him at first place at the moment.
538 worst possible average. He's guaranteed to knock Luke Garrett off the top of the podium. And a 5 flat. Can you imagine seeing a 5 flat average in the finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, this good solve already means that Max can be a little bit relieved, maybe? Because he's not done a really bad solve. Now, Eugene, 685. That's not the best he could do, but still a 596 average, a personal record, and a great performance by the young Chinese competitor.
Okay, so 596. He won't be on the podium for this one. Max Park guaranteed to take the lead after this solve right now.
He's already guaranteed a 538 average. He needs a time better than a 569 to improve on that.
This could be enough for a win.
It could. And these, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 people in this hall are getting very silent indeed.
All eyes are on Max. He's already killed at this average. So fast TPS.
548! And he does improve. That means that his average is a 531, putting him in the lead.
Gee, with only 4 competitors left to solve, this is looking like it could cement him a podium spot at least.
We'll know after the next few competitors. But first, there's a big applause for these great competitors, Max Park and Yuzhe Wang. What a performance by both of them.
Our next 2 competitors.
And we are getting ready for the next 2.
In 4th place is Timon Kolashinsky.
And the big names keep on rolling in. Timon Kolashinsky of Poland has already secured 2 World Championship titles in 4x4 and 6x6. And he'll look to add the coveted 3x3 to the mantelpiece as well.
Oh, this music, man, it's like you're waiting in line at a theme park.
It's straight out of a movie score.
Michael taking a sip of water. Remember to stay hydrated, everyone.
In third place, we have
Stay hydrated,
Maddie Hiroto Inaba.
Another crowd favorite in Maddie Hiroto Inaba.
Before these World Championships, there was a poll on who you thought was going to be the world champion. Personally, I did pick Maddie. Maddie, one of the Cubers that I've been dying to meet. I finally got the chance here in Incheon in Korea. We shook hands and made a picture together. It was a great experience. Maddie's such a nice guy. He's always very humble. He's nice. I don't know. His solving is just amazing. His TPS is insane.
He is in top form in the first round of this very competition, netted himself a PR average of 5.16. So we could be seeing some good times from there.
And there he is.
The man himself. Your number 3 seed.
Maddie using some earplugs. Very clever. Timon getting ready. Decides to take off the jacket. He must be hot. Timon always taking his time to get ready. The gloves are off, his jacket is off, he's ready to go.
There's no holds barred here.
Chooses white.
It's a little bit of a locky start.
Wow, very good F2L. Oh, didn't stop correctly, or at least had a fumbly stop, 661.
He won't be hoping for many more times around that area. He's capable of so much better.
Now it's up for Maddie. Let's see some TPS. Let's go. Oh, 3 lockups.
4 point. Yeah, it didn't look too good at the latter stages. 6.49. And from names as big as these, solving not up to their par.
This increases Mac's chances. Obviously, it's still way too early to say something about that, but I can imagine Max watching this battle is feeling more and more confident. Of course, there are still 2 great solvers after these 2. Timon taking his time to get ready.
Even some great solvers on stage now. This first solve shouldn't phase them. They are capable of so much.
If anyone's capable of controlling the nerves, controlling the tension, performing under pressure, it's Timon.
Oh, this is good. This is really good. 4.76. F2L finished really quick, and the ZBLL recognition gets him a 4.76.
That's the third.
That's the way to bounce back.
The third sub 5 on the second scramble. It is actually the slowest of the sub 5s, but he will not care about that.
What matters now is not the time on your fastest solve, it's what you get after that. So the job's not done yet.
That's right. You need 2 fast solves to make them count. A-perm, 617 for Maddie on his second solve. Maybe he should turn down the TPS a little bit. You know, have some more control, more smoothness, more butter.
So Maddie, unfortunate to be counting a 6.49. It's not likely that will end up being a counting solve. It's more likely that it'll be counting that 6.17.
Yeah, a good single just gives you the opportunity to count another good solve. That's right.
Timon now composing himself, making sure he's 100% ready to take this next attempt. And inspection begins.
And off he goes. Chooses yellow. Finishes. Oh, 5 flat. Wow, what a solve. And this one is counting.
Counting a 5 flat, what a position to be in. Not a great start he would have been after, but follows that up with a high, medium 4, and then a 5 flat counting.
Goes back into meditation mode.
Job's not done till it's done. He knows he has that 6-second solve at the start of the average and is desperate not to count it. But Matty now, this is quick as well. Oh, just a little bit of a lockup.
It could have been so much better. 5:43, but he's like, he wants to rush even further than he already is doing. Take it down half a gear. And he locks in a sub 5. Look how composed and focused Timon is. Nothing will faze him. Takes his time, in control of the situation. And he's already won 2 events. I mean, he's got nothing to lose, really.
This is the one he would have been working the hardest towards, but the other 2 are just a bonus if he's able to get this one down. Now, a lot of competitors remember choosing the yellow cross on this one. We'll see if Timon, a color neutral solver, could do the same. And he has gone for yellow cross.
This is fast.
And it's fast.
8 perm. Yes!
Get this. Timon's fastest. 4.76 and 5.00 are counting solves. His best possible average, 4.77. This is unreal. Even worse possible average. If he manages to count that 6 at the start, we'll still put him in 2nd place.
Oh, Matty, 6.10. Now, this last solve of Timon will be incredibly important. He started off with that 661.
All Timon needs for a sub 5 average in the finals of the World Championships, a 5.21 is the time we're looking for.
You can hear it from the crowd. They know this is special. They know this is a very, very important solve.
Only
6:15 to take the lead.
To take
5:21 to get a sub 5 average.
Breathe, compose, refresh. One chance to make it work. This is for glory.
Already head shake when he picked up the cue? What's that?
He's one look the whole solve. It's not a good one. It's go time.
Slight shake, but that doesn't faze him. Come on.
Just a little bit locky at the start. Pausing it just a little bit.
No, 440, 649 still improves the average.
It improves slightly.
But it's a 542.
542 will put him
in
tied
second.
for second, but with a better...
second.
Tied for second. Wow. Same single as Max Park, though. But it will put him in 2nd place.
What a huge chance that was.
So your podium as it sits now, Matty Hiroto Inaba's best possible average is a 5.9, which he gets with a 4.72. Wow,
a good finish for Matty. He will want maybe some less lockups, but that's 5.9. The average is still not too shabby. Handshake.
So
great
only
sportsmanship. The after-match analysis between the two.
Yeah. So now, with only 2 competitors left, we can say for certain Max Park is on the 3x3 podium with a 5.31. But the 2 competitors coming up now, 2 Chinese titans. Second seed,
The
Ruhang
last 2
Shu.
competitors of the competition.
And first
In
seed,
second place,
Yiheng Wang.
we have Ruhang Shu.
So Ruhang and Yiheng, both 2 extremely fast competitors. They have been showing this throughout the competition. Ruhang clocking in a 5:31 average in the semifinals, and Yiheng taking the lead with a 4:84 average in those semifinals. But right now in the finals, it's a clean sheet. It's a clean sheet. They both have all the chance in the world to improve on those times. Round of applause for Ruhang.
We know Ruhang Shu is capable of a 5.31 average. He's done it many times, including in the previous round.
In first
Exactly
place,
5.31.
we have Yiheng Wang.
And a big cheer for Yiheng Wang. The crowd absolutely loving this little legend, the world record average holder.
He might be small, but his deeds are big. He needs to stand on the table to reach it. Maybe that's even an advantage, you know, getting the blood flowing. Ruhang sitting down. Yiheng already showed during the Nations Cup that he is not faced at all by pressure. The last solve, it was very, very close between the 2. He needed to perform and pulled out a 4.99. So, Chet, what are your predictions? Who's going to win? Will it be Max? Will it be Ruhang? Will it be Yiheng? It's anyone's game right now.
So this is what it's come down to. Your current leader, Max Park, setting an average of 5.31.
I wonder if they know this. I guess not, because I had the information that they had to, give their phones to the judges. Maybe someone in the audience will signal it to them. Ruhang will start using his ear defenders to keep quiet, to keep composed. Both using the hand warmers. Being nervous, being tensed will make your hands go cold very quickly. And Ruhang taking his time.
There's only 5 solves in this round, and they all are so crucial.
After 10 solves, we'll know who the new world champion is. Slight lockups, but the last layer is very good. 573.
There's a very fast recognition for the PLL. But a 573 gets too many more of them. He might not find himself ahead of Max Park.
That last layer basically saved the solve. He had a lockup in between. But now it's Yiheng's turn.
Yiheng, the world record holder. We'll see if he can get something good here.
But it's still going to be... Oh,
big
6
lockup.
points in. This is the first time I've ever seen Yiheng do a lockup.
He's under a lot of pressure in this final round of 6.1. Until the crowd is absolutely stunned. We didn't think Yiheng was capable of pulling out a time like that.
We've seen times where he dropped the cube and still had a 5.5.
Exactly.
But nothing is lost for Yiheng. As we previously mentioned, your worst solve does not count for your average. Your best solve doesn't either. So it's all about these next 4 solves for both of them. Although Ruhang's first solve is actually kind of useful.
There will be that knowledge of Yiheng, though, is that he has made the one mistake that you can have in a round. He cannot afford anymore.
Yeah, you should not think about that. Take it solve by solve. Basically regard it as a mean of 4. Now on this second scramble, we've seen a lot of sub 5s. Let's see if Ruhang can pull one out of his head as well.
It's Ruhang. That's more like the Ruhang we know. The TPS is incredible.
Perm 5:21 is a good time.
That's in the direction he's looking for. So he's gotten a mid to high 5 and a mid low 5 now. 5.73 and 5.21. Both are very useful, as you say, Erik.
Yeah, his times in some are comparable to Max's first 2 times.
That 5.21 in particular will be very, very useful. He's trending downwards. That's what you want to see. And he'll take confidence in the fact that he's gotten a solve he can be proud of. Now Yiheng.
Planning his cross, his first pair, maybe even his second and third. Oh,
This is
many pairs
pauseless.
done already.
This is crazy.
J-Perm,
Just a lock up on
472.
there was a lock up on the AUF, but still netting a comfortable sub 5. 4.72 is exactly what he's after that first solve.
So Yiheng with a very similar start to Timon. Timon started off with a 6 and then a 4, just as Yiheng.
Hard to imagine that there's a 4.72 and he still had a lockup in there at the very last turn.
It's completely insane.
Unheard of. Both of these competitors are in very good stead. A reminder, Max Park is currently in the lead, an average of 5.31. That's the time to beat. Yiheng very, very fast. Couple of rotations. OLL, PLL. It's a lockup of 5.91. Still sub 6.
That gives him a 5.73. That's his first solve is counting now. And after this third solve of Yiheng, we'll know which time will be counting for him.
He's going to need a few really fast solves to eclipse Max Park's 5.31. Yiheng now. F2L so fast. OLL's done in about 3.8.
Whoa! That looked like a sub 3 F2L.
This is crazy. He's counting a 4.72.
He made it look so easy, barely an inconvenience.
He knows the job's not done yet. He's put himself in a very, very strong position. But even still, the job's not done. This is crazy, crazy solving. We haven't seen anything like this in a Worlds final before.
He could even win with a counting 6.1 like that.
When you have a counting 6.1, counting 4.72 will still save you.
And the crowd knows this is something special right here, right now. The finals, finally again, after the last 2019 World Championships. It's even better than back then in Melbourne. Here we are in Incheon, Korea. Ruhang on his 4th solve. Yeah. Wow, that's a very, very good solve.
4.73. This is not over yet.
That gives him a best average of 5.22 and a worst possible average of a 5.62. We know this 4th scramble has a very good yellow cross. Let's see how Yiheng can use this. Off he goes.
It's a low 5. 5.15 for Yiheng Wang.
5.5. Wow. His worst possible average is a 5.32.
So it's still possible. It's still possible that Max Park takes this one home, but it would require Yiheng Wang to count a 6.1.
So same story as for Timon, basically. He just needs to make sure that that 6 of the start is not going to be counting for his average.
Roy Hangshu can still take the lead over Max Park. His best possible average is a 5.22.
To do that, he must equal a 473. Maddie already showed that it's possible to sub 5 the last scramble. He did a 472 on that last one.
We've seen this in the round prior. A lot of these cubers getting bad times on the first solve, but then still managing to claw it back. Roy Heng can still take it away from Max, but with that pause, it's going to be difficult.
Double. Oh, and the T-berm 582 gives him a 559 average. Currently in 3rd place. Now everything will depend on this last solve. He needs a 604 to beat Max.
So
604 to be world champion.
He will finish in 4th place because a reminder, Yiheng Wang's worst possible average will still get him at least 2nd.
Maybe a small look up. Oh, E-perm? No!
Max Park is your world champion!
What? What?
Yiheng Wang's lost it! He could not afford to count that 6.1! And he did! Max Park wins by 0.01!
No way! No way!
We could not have anticipated this final finishing this way, but it has! It's come to life! Max Park is the world champion! It's his 2nd time! He's won it in 2017, finished off the podium in 2019, but in 2023, Yiheng Wang finishes 2nd, and Max Park is your world champion.
Wow, 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 wow. I don't know what I have to say. I'm flabbergasted.
This has
Thank you all for coming
What have we
for
just
3x3
seen? The World
finals.
Championship decided by
A quick
0.01
announcement
of a
that
second.
a decision has been made that we will not be using the provisional attempt. Awards will start soon. So
Wow, wow, wow,
we
wow.
would appreciate it if you could stick around. Thank you.
Max being guided through the audience. Wow, big smiles on his face. And he did it again. Again, he won in 17, and now in 2023, he's done it again. He is the Rubik's Cube world champion. Wow, wow, wow. High five, high five, high five.
He's just taking his victory lap around the grounds now. This is absolutely incredible. We could not have possibly predicted that before that 5th solve, Yiheng Wang would count a 6.1 to give Max the world champion title by 0.01.
The crowd absolutely loving it.
Mickey, Max's mum, has tears in her eyes. Absolute pride for her son.
What a crazy, crazy turn of events. It's hard to describe what is going on right now. The whole crowd is trying to flock to Max to congratulate him. High fives, handshakes. This is like a superstar. Max Park is a superstar.
I still can't quite believe it. It hasn't processed in my head that what's just happened has gone down. Max Park, the winner of your world championship with a 5.31 average. 2nd place, Yiheng Wang, 5.32. And rounding out your podium, Timon Koleshinsky from Poland, a 5.42. What an incredible final we've just witnessed.
This will go down in the history books. This will be in our memories for a long, long time. What a final this has been, and how devastating this must be for Yihang on that last solve, only needing a 604 to beat, but that pressure, the pressure of a World Championships finals, the pressure of the last solve, having to perform this, it's totally understandable. It's only human. Anyone can mess up, obviously. You know what it's like. The pressure is on.
One second. Wow. Testing, testing. Do we have microphones?
Are we still there? Press 1 if you still see and hear us.
He just like continued and stopped, and then he asked for next round. So that puts me in a hard. Something that happens like in a split of seconds. So it's like something like 5 seconds. Something like 5 seconds. That happened like 4 seconds.
All right. Yes. So I've got confirmation. You can still see and hear us. So we're gonna have another try at that interview. And while Timon is on his way to get back to us to tell us firsthand how it was to be on stage, I mean, I don't know what to say, man.
There's not a whole lot that can be said. It's all still sinking in. Can't believe that's what just unfolded right in front of our eyes actually happened. And Max Park coming away from it as your world champion by 0.01. It cannot get any closer than that.
Well, they could have been tied, and then it would have been decided by the best single. But
you're operating off technicalities at the moment.
Maybe we'll save that for in 2 years. Yeah. What a turn of events! I couldn't have dreamt this. Nobody would have written this story.
No, it can't. It's just words fail me right now. There's no possible way that this wasn't scripted.
No, no. Wow, wow, wow.
That's all we can really say as well.
Yeah,
so
I'm flabbergasted. I'm speechless. Jode next to us, also speechless.
Jode, what did you think of those finals?
Like, in disbelief what has just happened.
That may just be one of... I was sitting by the side of you guys for the second half of those finals, and you probably weren't looking over to me, but I literally couldn't breathe for most of the finals because I was that on the edge of my seat. That was exhilarating, to say the least.
Too right. Truer words have never been spoken. I just don't understand how world champs can get any better than this. We've never seen a World Championships finals like this before, and it might be a very long time before we see anything like this again. Even though it's just happened, mark my words, this World Championship is going down in history.
I think I'm going to watch it again when it gets uploaded online. The YouTube of the KCCU will be saved. You can watch it there afterwards. I'm sure it's going to appear on Twitch as well. There is no VOD in Korea, so it will not be watchable immediately after this stream. But don't worry, we do have the footage. Everything is going to be rewatchable, of course. And I'm going to watch this a few times, maybe on our trip back in the airplane.
Absolutely rewatching this tonight in my hotel room.
Oh, yeah? Is it a party?
Oh, you're invited.
Party
Everybody's
in your
invited.
hotel. Everyone? Party at Michael's hotel room?
Party at my house. Back in
Party
Australia.
at your house? Yeah. Let's go.
Party also at Jody's house while we're at it. Just all of Australia is a party zone for some reason. But wow, guys, what are your thoughts on that one? You couldn't have possibly seen it going that way, could ya? Still
It's
over
just-
1,500 of you in chat.
It's hard to believe. It's 5:55, former world record at the moment. The winner ceremony is scheduled to start very soon, where we can have a nice moment to honor all of the champions, not only Max Park, but also all the others of these last 4 days of intense cubing. I'm really looking forward to finally giving all of them the respect they deserve.
And what stories have come out of these 4 days?
Okay, everybody, we're about to start ceremony, so please. Okay. I know.
Back on break time again. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hello, hello. So to my right, I'll pass you a microphone, yeah. To my right, I have the third place competitor from the World Championships in 3x3 this year, Timon.
Hello, everyone.
How are you feeling?
Unbelievably good. Unfortunately, you don't get the live reaction, but I cried like a baby for about 5 minutes. Everyone thought I was sad because I didn't win, but in fact, I'm just incredibly happy that I podiumed because I finished my solves and like my VIP spot
자,
showed me second
지금부터
like this.
시상식을 진행하기 위해서 지금 준비 중입니다. 모두들 자리에 앉아서 정숙하게 기다려 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다시 한번 말씀드립니다. 시상식을 준비하고 있습니다. 자리에 앉아서 기다려 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Yeah, so my VIP showed me second
Okay,
like
we're
this.
about to start our ceremony. Please be seated. Thank you.
So
And,
just to clarify, you mean VIP as in you're allowed to invite someone to be in the front
allowed
row?
to invite 2 people in your like area nearby. So the person I had there shows me 2 after I finish my solves. I'm like, okay, well, I'm second, so that doesn't guarantee podium because Ruihang and Yiheng are after me. So I was like,
Event
okay,
winners, please come back to the backstage for award ceremony. Thank
I
you.
guess I'm supposed to go there.
All events award winners, please come back to the backstage.
Well, unfortunately, we do have to let you go. But massive congratulations again on third place. It's so stoked to see how you performed in the finals. You must be very, very pleased with yourself.
Basically, I thought I wouldn't podium, and I podiumed.
Great last words.
A very
Timon, enjoy the winner ceremony.
A very, very abridged interview.
Okay, our
But-
ceremony will include a Nations Cup ceremony as well. So
we will start the award ceremony now.
Alrighty, time for awards.
It's ceremony time.
자, 먼저 저희 한국에서 열리는 루빅스 WCA 월드 챔피언십 2023에 오신 여러분들 정말 감사합니다.
Thank you for coming to Rubik's WCA World Championship 2023 in Republic of Korea.
이번 대회는 루빅스 WCA 한국관광공사, 인천관광공사, 큐브난나 등 여러 후원사의 후원 덕분에 성공적으로 잘 개최될 수 있었습니다.
We just want to acknowledge our sponsors once more: Rubik's, World Cube Association, Cube Nana, Korea Tourism Organization, Incheon Tourism Organization, and Incheon Metropolitan City.
마지막까지 시상 받는 선수들 축하해 주시고 곧이어서 바로 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you for staying until the award ceremony. Let's all celebrate together. The award ceremony will start now.
Some chairs in front of the camera are empty because they all jumped up to congratulate Max
자,
and followed
그럼
him
시상을
around.
시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 네이션스컵입니다.
First up is Nations Cup. In third place, we have United States 2.
United States 2 coming in third at the Nations Cup. Actually, they were basically United States 1 because they beat United States 1.
Yeah, they
that was
did
a
beat
funny
United
one.
States 1.
United States 2. In second place, we have Philippine Team 1.
I'm not sure they're going to all
And
fit
in
on
first
the podium.
place, we have China Team 1.
Each.
The winner of this year's Nations Cup is China Team 1.
Just waiting for the China team to come from backstage.
Where are they? There they are.
Well, there's Yiheng at least.
Very good. I'm sure that last solve of the Nations Cup final, he would sure want to trade that in for the last solve of this 3x3 finals. He ended up with a 499 on that last solve, securing the win for China at Rubik's Nations Cup.
Oh, and there's the
Yeah,
rest of the
they're going to
China.
try and fit all on the stage.
Oh, he can stand behind.
That's
that
a
works.
great sight.
It's funny how Leo on the second podium is still taller than them, and on the third podium they're taller than them too.
Even though Leo was not that tall himself a few years ago.
Yeah. The finals of the Nations Cup were brilliant. They're very exciting. So if you want to watch that back, it will be on YouTube, the VODs.
And our winners, Team China 1.
Nice trophies. Nice and
Got a
compact.
light in them, it looks like, to make them fancy looking.
It's kind of a first world problem, but if you have to carry a very large trophy back with you in the airplane, sometimes there's no space in your luggage.
Yeah, for European Championships last year, Timon brought an entire extra suitcase just for his trophies because he knew he was going to win a lot of them. It looks like we're still not finished with all the awards that they're giving them. $1 million.
$1 million. One.
One, not dollar.
Thank you.
Well done by all of the competitors. The Nations Cup certainly worth rewatching.
I still remember the 2017 Nations Cup like it was yesterday. Fantastic stuff that happened there.
How was that again? In the end, the Germans won?
Yes, they beat out the Aussies. even though
Okay,
they weren't
next up.
looking like
자,
they
두
would
번째 시상 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 333 멀티 블라인드 시상하도록 하겠습니다.
Next up is 3x3 multi-blindfolded.
Multi-blind, one of the hardest events there are.
In
to
third
get on
place
top.
is Shivam Banseo.
Shivam, former world record
In
holder.
second place is Ezra Hirschi. In first place is Christophe Baubert.
There we go, the
Shivam
Polish
got-
fans letting themselves known. Always
Shivam with 43 out of 46 for 40 points. Ezra with 44 out of 56 for, that is, oh, that's not the right one. 49 out of 57 for 41 points. And Krzysztof Boba with 49 out of 52 for 46 points. It's only 6 points in it at the top. And the crowd is cheering Krzysztof Boba's name. Probably the Poles who are cheering that.
Yeah, rightfully so. He did amazing with those 49 souls. Multi-blind so hard. You have to learn like all of your images and your memo system and your 3 cycles.
자, 이어서 시상할 종목은 55 블라인드입니다.
Next up is 5x5 blindfolded. In third place is Stanley Chappelle.
Stanley
In second place
Chappell.
is Adrian Debski.
Third place,
In
5x5
first
blind.
place, it's Hill Pongyong-Feng.
Adrian Debski from Poland in second place with 3:15.72. And the winner with the new world record, Hilpong Yongfeng from Malaysia. Very deserved win for him.
Of 2 minutes 18.78. Stanley, of course, being the world record holder that Hilpong took it from originally. And now Stanley is third on the podium when Hilpong is first with the world record single.
And remember Stanley's face because you're going to see him again in a few moments.
So Adrian Debski continuing to show the Polish domination in blind events.
Give them a big
just as
round of
Krzysztof
applause,
Boba did in
please.
multi.
자, 이어서 다음 종목은 444 블라인드입니다.
Next up is 4x4 blindfolded. In third place, we have Daniel Wallen.
Daniel
In
Wallen
second place,
with a
we have
133.
Tommy Cherry. In first place, we have Stanley Chappelle.
Stanley Chappelle, there he is again.
With a 111.51, slower than his last Worlds win, but still the champion nonetheless.
Daniel Wallen in third place. He's also very entertaining to watch when he's memorizing, always very physically active.
Very eccentric.
To hammer in the things that he wants to memorize. Tommy Cherry, also remember his face because you'll be seeing him again.
He's typically not a big blinder, but he is second on this podium, which is awesome for him.
And Stanley Chappell, he will also be back. Stanley
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Stanley winning 4x4 blind with a 1:11.51. The world record is sub 1 nowadays, but a 1:11 was enough this time. And a round of
Big
applause.
round of applause for our podium.
The trophies do seem to be light, like they're illuminating. Ah,
Yeah, there's
that's
a little
nice
light
feature.
within the
자, 이어서
trophy, so that
시상할
the glass lights up
종목은
nicely.
333 FMC입니다.
Next event is Fewest Moves FMC. We have two people for third place. It will be Carter Kulaka and also Guido Di Pietro.
Carter Kukala and Guido both got a 24 mean and a 20
In second
single.
place, we have Cyprian Kalbarczyk.
With a 23.33 mean and a 20 single.
And our world champion for FMC is Jade McNeil.
With a 22.33 mean and a 22 single.
Congratulations.
The third place for Guido and for Carter is very shared, even in the way that they have done the same results for every attempt.
That's right. They both got 25, then 27, then 20. Wonder if they had any of the same solutions as each other.
I doubt it.
Possibly for the 20.
I doubt it. Maybe the 20, because there were more people with the 20 on that last solve, but using the techniques they have nowadays, I don't know. We can ask them afterwards. Jaden not finding the best solution on the third and final attempt, but he was already 3 moves ahead going into that third attempt, so the 22
Big round
was
of
enough.
applause for our podium for FMC.
And we know how much he's practiced for that, so he is well deserving of that win.
자, 이어서 다음 종목은 333 블라인드 종목입니다.
Next event is 3 blind. And in third place, we have Liam Chen.
With a 15.03 PR single.
Liam Chen. In second place, we have Philip Maxwell.
With a 14.93 Asian record single.
Philippe Maxwell. And the world champion of 3 blind is Tommy Cherry.
With a 13.98 best single and a world record mean of 3 of 14.15. It is insane that he got a world record in the 3 blind finals.
Big round of applause for our podium, please.
And they're all putting their blindfolds on for the podium.
I'm wondering which part of this opening ceremony they're going to do blindfolded. What do you think?
During the closing ceremony?
No, I mean the award ceremony.
The award ceremony, yeah.
So which part of the award ceremony are they going to do blindfolded?
The photo. I reckon they'll do the photo
Oh, right,
blindfolded.
that makes sense, yeah. Memorizing the way back to their seat might be a bit more complicated task.
Okay,
So
the
they don't have any
podium
hands left, but we all know they can
3
nod
by
on.
3 blindfolded.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah,
There's the nod done. Philip struggling to get the nod past his glasses. Tommy now doesn't know when he's supposed to leave because no one can tell him.
All right, thank you, thank you.
자, 이어서 다음 종목은 777 종목입니다.
Next event is 7x7. In third place, we have Lim Hong.
With a 156.63 mean.
Lim Hong. In second place, we have Timon Kolasinski.
With a 155.82 mean. Less than a second faster than Lim Hung.
And in first place, our world champion for 7x7 is Max Park.
With a 146.75 mean. Over 9 seconds faster than second place. Max showing his absolute domination at 7x7.
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah, all the top cubers tend to be friends with each other, tend to be happy for each other when they do well.
I like the fact that that hasn't changed. That was one of the great things when I got into cubing back in 2005, when we had competitions with only 20 competitors. And now look at here, 1,150, I believe, at 3x3 first round. And this,
I think it was more than that, wasn't it? That was the point where it originally took over as the biggest.
Round of applause for our podium,
but
please.
the sentiment still hasn't changed. Very nice to see. We saw it in the 3x3 finals as well, with Philip, with basically all of the competitors happy
And
for
you
each
guys can
other.
Step down.
And now moving on.
And we'll be seeing some of these guys again very soon, I believe.
자, 다음 종목은 스퀘어 1입니다.
Next event is Square One.
Oh,
in
Square
third
One.
place,
That's,
we have Hassan
surprising.
Kanani.
Maybe they put in Square One so that Timon could
In
have a
second
break
place, we have
of being on the podium
Daniel
all the time.
Karnock.
So Hassan with a 6.66 average, Daniel with a
And our world
6.08 average.
champion for Square One is Samir Agarwal.
With a 5.40 average.
Square One, a
Congratulations.
completely US-dominated event this time. USA 1, 2, 3. We're going to see this constellation of 1, 2, 3 for USA again at another event. I have no idea when they're going to do that one.
Spoiler alert.
No. Keeps it exciting, you know? You never know when the next event is, or what the next event is going to be. Chet, what do you think is the next event going to be? Will it be...
I reckon they'll switch back to 6x6.
Or maybe it's just going to be clock? Who knows?
Could be. Could be anything at this point.
Big round of applause for our podium. Congratulations.
Daniel slowing down the comp by taking the selfie there.
That's all right. He paid us with a very nice performance.
Not entirely sure what he shouted there.
다음은 666 종목입니다.
Next up is 6x6.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Third place, we have Seunghyuk Nam.
Of course, the crowd favorite being from Korea. He got a 122.86 mean.
In second place, we have Kieran Bihan.
With a 121 flat average.
And the world champion for 6x6 is Timon Kolasinski.
A 115.38 from Timon.
Congratulations.
Of course, the upset being that Max Park is not on this podium. Instead, we have Timon, Kiron, and Songhyuk Nam. So, I reckon Skewb next.
I'm going to just say 2x2 because why not?
Nah, Skewb. I figured it out now.
A big
I know
round
the
of
system.
applause for our podium,
How about
please.
Megaminx?
No, that'll be after 5x5.
Why?
What do you mean why? It's just, I know it. It's definitely going to be that way. It's all about the confidence. Skewb next.
자, 다음 종목은 클락입니다.
Okay, I was wrong.
Next
Nobody
event
predicted that.
is clock.
Why not?
In third place, we have Luke Garrett.
With a 4.66 average and a 3.91 single.
In
Bit of
second
foreshadowing
place,
there.
we
Clock
have
finals was
Conan
amazingly
Mo.
tight because Conan Mo from Australia also with a 4.66 average.
The world champion for clock is Tommy Cherry.
With a 3.75 average. Of course, if you tie on average, the best single wins. So that is why Conan is on second place and Luke Garrett is on third place.
Very particular skill set, winning clock blindfolded.
Yeah, well, they're surprisingly linked nowadays.
That's right.
A little bit of memorization involved in both of them. Tommy, 0.9 seconds, 0.91 away from second and third place. It's just insane that his dominance that he managed to show on this stage. No blindfold to Nod Don this time.
Even though he did memorize how to solve the clock.
All right, this is our podium. Give them a big round of applause, please.
Now it'll be 5x5.
It's Megaminx now.
Nah, 5x5.
자, 다음 종목은 메가밍크스 종목입니다.
Next event is Megaminx.
Totally
third
unpredictable.
place, we
I've
have
seen through their system.
Alexander Vuici.
They are called in the same order that they were held in the finals.
Second place, we have Leandro Martin Lopez.
Oh no, that's not correct then.
Three blind was penultimate.
I thought it almost
the
had
world
it,
champion
but no.
for Megaminx is Tristan Chua Yong.
So in third place, there was a 29.68 OCR average and a 26.00 OCR single. And then after that, Leandro Martin Lopez, 29.67, only 0.01 seconds faster than third place. And in first place, with an average of 29.25, Tristan Chua Yong.
Yeah, what an upset that was. Everyone had Leandro packed for the win. He didn't perform the way he wanted, and Tristan just did really well.
Yep, he's the current world record holder, and he's also very consistent, but he just got a slightly bad time on the last solve, and it cost him the win.
Big round of applause, please, for our podium.
A great podium for the most beautiful puzzle there is within the WCA, in my opinion.
In your opinion.
That's right.
자, 이어서 다음 종목은 555 종목입니다.
Next event
Pyraminx?
is 5x5.
Now you can hear the
In third place, we have
5x5 by
Seunghyuk Nam.
We should learn more Korean.
with a 42.34 average.
In second place, we have Timon Kolasinski.
With a 40.36 average.
And the world champion for 5x5 is Max Park.
With a 40.11 average, only 0.25 seconds faster than Timon.
Congratulations to our podium this year.
Again, Nam Songhyuk, a very good fan favorite, given that he is from Korea. There's large Korean attendance to this competition, over 400 people, which is the biggest out of any country at this competition, for obvious reasons.
Nam, a very friendly person in general as well. That certainly adds to his popularity.
Definitely.
I was really happy to meeting him again. Gotten a selfie with him yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Big round of applause, please, for the podium.
I reckon one of Pyraminx and Skewb next.
Nah, Pyraminx surely first.
I'll go with Skewb then.
Fine.
자, 이어서 다음 종목은 333 한손입니다.
No, it's 4x4.
Next event is 3x3
Nope,
one-handed.
Okay.
In third place,
I do not speak Korean.
we have Luke Garrett.
With a 10 flat average.
In second place, we have Juliet Sebastian.
With a 9.65 average.
And the world champion for one-handed is Sean Patrick Villanueva.
With a 9.42 average.
Those one-handed finals were really a highlight for me.
Yeah, it was all
Congratulations to this year's podium.
It was hard to keep track of who was in the lead. Juliet having a very good average with sub-10s. But then Sean Patrick, I mean, he really deserved it.
We actually thought that Juliet had gotten the win, and then we realized that Sean actually had already secured the win after his fourth solve. Meaning that no matter what happened on his fifth, he was already the winner. But Juliet did very, very well to get into second place with that time.
Yeah, she's practiced one-handed well, doing many ZBLLs to shorten the amount of moves she needs to solve the cube. Doing 2 steps at a time.
Sean just figuring out where to put all of his prizes so that he can hold them for the podium photo.
Almost needs an assistant. Maybe a shopping cart next time.
자, 다음 종목은 스큐브입니다.
Now it's Skewb. Oh,
Next
fine.
event is
Okay.
Skewb.
Interesting.
Third place, Zane Kanani.
Zane Kanani with a 2.55 average, the world record holder for single.
And second place, Carter Kukela.
With a 2.51 average, the world record holder
And
for
world
average.
champion of Skewb, Stanley Chapel.
With a 2.32 average, the world record holder for 4x4 blindfolded.
Now that's a skill set that's unusual. Skewb and 4x4 blind?
Absolutely. We had a little interview with him after he won. He was completely baffled, and he said he'd been secretly practicing since the end of last year.
And at the end of last year, he still said that Skewb was his worst event at that moment.
Yep, worse than his Kinch ranks, and now he is the world champion, beating out both world record holders who are sharing the podium with him.
That really shows that if you just set your mind to it and give it your dedication and practice a lot, you can basically accomplish anything.
Absolutely. He wanted to do well in Skewb, and so he did well in Skewb.
Okay, big round of applause. Thank you.
자, 다음 종목은 피라밍크스 종목입니다.
Next event, Pyraminx. Third place, Like Lee.
Is Leek Lee's fourth competition, and she has just gotten a podium in Pyraminx with a
In
2.02
second
PR
place,
average.
Sebastian Lee.
With a 1.91 average.
Okay, world champion, Queening Huang.
With a 1.88 average.
Amazing performance. Pyraminx was also one of these events that was extremely close in the finals. Also hard to keep track of who was in the lead and who had which chances going in their last solves.
Yep, everything came down to those last solves, apart from the first place again was secured without us realizing it. There's a Oggy 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 chant going around at the moment because of the Aussies. They've been doing that all competition.
They've even invaded this commentary booth. Both Michael Tripodi and Jode.
And Jode. Jode gave me a strange look there.
So, OJ, what's next?
I hadn't thought this far ahead. 4x4, why not?
자, 이어서 다음 종목은 444 종목입니다.
Okay, we are down to 3 events. Next, 4x4, third place, Max Park.
With an average of 23.50.
In second place, Do Kwang Hoon.
With a new Vietnamese national record average of 22.63.
Yeah, he did
And
really
world
well.
champion, Timon Kolesinski.
With an average of 22.11.
Do Kwang Hung had very good chances of winning it, but his last solve with a 26 did not quite get him first place. Second place with a 22.63 is still a national record for Vietnam, though.
This one looks like he's repositioned his medal so that the gold one is at the front.
That makes sense.
And now he's got another gold one to join him.
If that's pure gold, that must surely mean that his luggage is now too heavy.
Absolutely. But it's probably also way too expensive.
I mean, after Euros, he must have been coming here better prepared than there. Maybe he traveled light.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, what do you need? Just some clothes and your cubes, right?
So we'll have 2x2 next. It will be a very,
자, 다음
very tight
종목은
podium.
222 종목입니다.
Next event, 2x2, third place, Like Lee.
Again, Leaky Lee with a 1.37 PR average.
Yeah, 2x2, it really is an event where we should start counting more digits than just the 2 after the comma.
Second place, Jane Kenani.
With a 1.36 average, the current world record holder for average.
And world champion of 2x2, Ji-Yu Ye.
With an average of 1.34. So that was 1.37, 1.36, and 1.34. Only 0.03 seconds distinguishing the first and third competitors. Either ZU is very, very tall or he has a very small flag. Two by two, another exciting final. You can rewatch all the finals on the VODs that will be uploaded to the KCCU YouTube channel, of course.
Yes, good applause and smiles on the podium.
And now for the
자,
main
다음은 오늘의
event.
마지막 종목 333 종목입니다.
Okay, next main event of today, 3x3, third place, Timon Kolesinski.
With a 5.42 average.
Okay, second place, Yiheng Wang.
With a 5.32 average.
Greeted with loud applause, Yiheng Wang in second place.
Absolute legend.
Takes
He's
the time
only-
to get on.
Only
There he
9
is.
years old, and he is second place, not first place.
Yeah,
Okay.
He would have
First
liked to be
place
there.
and winner and also champion of World Championship 2023, Max Park.
With a 5.31 average. Only 0.01 seconds faster than Yihang. Max Park, just as in 2017, is your world champion. Can we get a W in chat for Max, please? Absolutely incredible finals. Even more so than some of the other events that I've already said are incredible.
I still don't really realize what just happened at these three finals. It's
All of the top 4 seeds had the chance at being first going into their last solve. And this is how we ended up. most people predicted that Yiheng would win this. He is the current average world record holder, and yet Max managed to take it from him by only 0.01 seconds.
The smallest margin imaginable. But, you know, his experience might have even been the deciding factor here.
Max had a very consistent average, whereas Yiheng had 2 bad solves, which meant one of them counted towards the average.
Yeah. And because of this consistent start, there was less pressure on Max on his last solve. And also Yiheng had way more pressure because it was the last solve of the whole competition. Max,
all of the pressure on Yiheng.
Max strategically placed himself not on the last battle of the finals. Maybe that also played a factor.
As you can see, we have got an increased
Okay,
prize
we'll
money
have group
for
photo
this
of all
3x3.
podium winners. Please come to the stage. All podium winners. We'll take a group photo.
So there were 17 events at this competition, which are all of the official events in the WCA. But of course, we will have far more than 17 times 3, far less than 17 times 3 people, because as you see, a lot of these people have been multiple times.
Yeah, imagine, you know, Timon, you have to mention Max, of course. Stanley has been there a few
Please
times.
stick around
Tommy
after
Cherry,
the group
of course.
photo. We'll have announcement from WCA board and followed by staff group pictures.
And now, might we hear what the next location might be of the World Championship in 2025?
I've heard a rumor. Not a rumor of where it is, but I've heard a rumor that we will be finding out. I might be wrong. I'm not promising anything. But I think that we are going to find out where Worlds 2025 will be held.
I think that's been confirmed. Just the location, no idea.
I've got a guess.
What are you guessing?
I don't want to say because I've got insider info.
Ah, okay.
By which I mean, I know of someone who might have put in a bid.
Right. I don't know who even, you know, placed a bid.
Organizing a world championship is no small feat, so not many countries want to bid on it these days.
It might even be that there was only one bid, so that country basically automatically gets...
as long as the bid is good enough, yeah.
Exactly. As long as it meets the standards. But maybe there were more.
What I do know for sure is it won't be in the UK. As much as people keep asking for it to be, we are not in the position yet to do that.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Maybe one day,
A big
though.
round of applause to our winners and second place and third place.
And that is all of them.
What a great group of talented speed cubers from all over the world. Many nations. They're from all corners of the world. It's so nice to see.
Every single one of them deserves to be right where they are.
Just as you, OJ.
This
Oh, thank you,
concludes
Eric.
the
Just as you
awards
too.
part of the ceremony, but we have we have a board member who will give a final speech. So this is
And that'll be
Ethan Pride.
Ethan Pride.
Speech.
Ethan Pride, one of the members of the WCA board. He's very excited
Thank
for
you,
this.
and I do apologise for my voice. I have been cheering a little bit too loudly.
He shouted "Oggy, Oggy, Oggy"
As
too
we gather
loudly.
here at the closing ceremony of the championships, my heart is filled with an overwhelming sense of pride and joy. Over the past 4 days, we have witnessed moments of sheer brilliance, incredible determination, and unwavering spirit of the global cubing community. We have come together not just as competitors, but as a family united by our shared passion for the Rubik's Cube. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organisers, volunteers, sponsors, partners who have dedicated their time to make this event a success. Your hard work and commitment created an unforgettable experience for all of us, and we are immensely grateful for your contributions. A specific thank you to the KCCU, the organising team of the championships. It has been a pleasure to work with you every step of the way to deliver this spectacular event. While the team is too big to name them all, I would like to extend my thanks to Il Kyu Choi for the effort he has put in to ensure the success of this event.
Ethan had already lost his voice earlier and said that did not stop him from cheering later on today as well.
To our major sponsors, Rubik's, we have thoroughly enjoyed seeing this partnership develop over the years, blossoming into the event we have all experienced over the past 4 days. We look forward to the continued partnerships of our organisations in the future to reach new heights. As we close this chapter, I'm excited to share with you a glimpse into the future. It is my great pleasure to announce the host city for the 2025 WCA World Championships, which will be held in the city of Seattle, United States.
US will be taking it in 2025.
Known for its spirit in innovation, diversity, and stunning landscapes, Seattle is the perfect backdrop for another chapter of our journey. I have no doubt the 2025 World Championships in Seattle will continue to inspire us, challenge us, and bring us closer together as a community. With its rich history and advancements, we extend a warm welcome for all of you to join us in Seattle. In the years leading up to 2025, let us carry the memories of this championship, the friendships made, the records broken, and the moments of triumph. Until we meet again in Seattle, let us keep the spirit of the Rubik's Cube alive in our hearts to inspire each other to achieve greatness. Thank you.
Waving the US flag there was Tim Reynolds, who I believe will be the main organizer of World 25, because I know that he was the one planning to submit the bid.
This concludes the Rubik's WCA World Championships 2023. Big thanks for coming all the way to Korea, and congratulations to the podium winners, and especially Max Park, our 3x3 champion.
Book your flights, clear your schedule. We're going to Seattle.
That's right. 2 years and we're going to the US. I'll be there, will you?
Why not? So the official competition is over. We would like to ask all the podium winners to step down, so maybe the staff can take a huge group photo. If you are on staff, we are asking you to come to the backstage. The backstage, if you were on staff, please come
It's
to
time
the
for a
backstage.
staff photo. All 330 staff members are going up there.
Yeah, we were just telling you to go. We got streaming.
I guess we'll be back.
Okay, sorry. So
Or
staff
not.
members stay on stage. The podium winners come backstage. The podium winners come backstage. The staff members, for the group photo, please go on stage.
Okay, all right.
So that concludes the World Championships.
Let's see you on the other side of the camera.
Okay. Remember to stay hydrated, people.
So these two, yes, the medal, we will try. If it's impossible, I will try to find. Unfortunately, no guarantee. Right? These are like custom made. Right? Cool.
우리는 앞에 앉자. 어쩔 수 없어.
Sure. But like.
For me, it's a I think that.
Okay, stop. You guys can decide? So, if that's the case, I have to send it twice.
오거나이저들 빨리 앞으로 오세요. 오거나이저들.
Get back to you within
제일 앞으로 제일 밑으로 오세요. 지금 안 오면 오거나이저 아닙니다. 빨리 오세요. 너도 와. 한번 가볼게요. 뒤에. 왜요? 미경 열학. 미경 여기 있어. 열학. 오거나이저 열학.
The guy missing was in charge of the staff meals, so give him a big applause, please.
민서 있어요. 민서. 아.
Thank you all. Finally over.